up your life.
Good morning, this is the Nyamweya. I'm Lau Ubaga. Households in Kenya are surviving on loans with 1 in every 6 unable to repay, while 30% borrow from Peter to pay Paul as the tough economy bites. The distributing statistics contained in the Fin Access Household Survey come in the backdrop of another study by the Food Security and Nutrition Working Group for East and Central Africa region that shows many families can hardly afford 3 square meals. The ODM party has called a national convention meeting in October to decide the political direction for the 2027 general elections to elect its new national officers. However, the future of current Secretary General Edwin Sifuna appears to be in doubt due to his strong stance against the political argument between ODM leader Raila Odinga and President William Ruto. Sifuna has been criticizing the argument, saying it has failed due to incidents of killings and police brutality, and even vowed to resign if ODM supports Ruto in the next general election. Yesterday, while in Isinya in Kajiado County during the funeral of Kisii Governor Simba Arati's sister, Sifuna, who is also a Nairobi senator, provoked reactions from those who attended the one-term event, including Rigathi Gachagua.
Nimekuwa Kitale, sehemu inaitwa Saboti. Saboti wanaongea lugha ambayo mnaongea hii. Wanasema ni one time Saboti. Nimekuwa Kabuchai, Bungoma, wanazungumza lugha ambayo mnazungumza hapa. Wanasema ni one time. Nimekuwa Bumula. Mheshimiwa, na tarehe 31 tutakuwa na kikosi chetu wapi? Busia. Tunataka pia wasikie. Na Kisii, mnasemaje? Haya. Alafu wanaenda kusema Kisifuna ni amesema sinyewe.
Sifuna's controversial remarks come at a time when Raila and Ruto are strengthening their bond despite tensions arising within the ODM party. Former Deputy President Rigathi Gachagua has dismissed calls for his arrest issued by some government officials, saying he's not afraid and that he's ready to return to Kenya. While in Los Angeles, USA, Gachagua has said that he'll announce the date, time and flight number of his return so that anyone planning to arrest him can do so easily. Gachagua has said that he is not involved in any way in the US move to start investigating Kenya for alleged collaboration with extremist groups as well as allegations of violating humanitarian laws.
I saw the Minister for Interior saying that we should be asked to help in investigations in this matter. We cannot help in any investigations because the Kenya government has not initiated any investigations against William Ruto. The people who have initiated investigations is the American Senate. So if there is need for us to help in investigations, we'll help the American Senate, not the Kenya government, because the Kenya government has not initiated any investigation. Number 2, the Kenyan government cannot investigate William Ruto because those policemen work under him. And all the things he is doing of killing people and abducting people, he is doing with the very police.
The call for Gachagua's arrest was issued by the current Deputy President, Professor Kithure Kindiki, and Interior Cabinet Secretary Kipchumba Murkomen, who asked him to record details about his claim that Ruto had once held a meeting with Al-Shabaab representatives and even did business with them.
Who are abducted. Again, negotiations are ongoing. The good news is that the contact is there. There are interlocutors that are working on it. And we believe that eventually the situation will be sorted.
And finally, in the international scene, President Donald Trump said Sunday that homeless people must be moved far from Washington after days of messing about taking federal control of the U.S. Capitol, where he has falsely suggested crime is rising. The Republican billionaire has announced a press conference for Monday in which he is expected to reveal his plans for Washington, which is run by the locally elected government of the District of Columbia under under congressional oversight. It is an arrangement Trump has long publicly chaffed at. He has threatened to federalize the city and give the White House the final say in how it is run. That's the News Wire. I'm Lydiah Ubaga.
.5 Spice FM, Kisumu.
If we just gloss over issues and hope that time heals, then we might find that in generations to come, we might be back at the same situation. And the whole thing is born of stolen elections.
Spice.
When it comes to the decisions you make, you must be independent. There's no way you can allow one institution to dictate to you how you're going to conduct your...
That conversation has to die. Our politicians do not like the hard stuff. We must insist on the path of doing things right, whether popular or unpopular.
Money changes hands. That is a fact. If you have political goodwill at the highest top, like in Rwanda, then corruption will be an issue of the past. If you don't have political goodwill at the top, we will pass laws, we will amend laws, we will continue passing laws and re-amending laws, and nothing will happen.
This is the Situation Room, the only way to start your day.
Waliletea fujo Moi mpaka wakapata cooperation. Wakakuja wakasumbua Kibaki mpaka wakachukua nusu mkate. Wamekuja wakazungusha Uhuru hapo mpaka wakaenda na handshake, program yetu ikapotea, BBI ikaendelea, tukazama, tukaingia kwa madeni. Sasa mimi nimewaambia, hii serikali hii, mimi nawaambia hii serikali ni ya mahasla. Hakuna nusu mkate, hakuna handshake, hakuna hiyo borojo.
Jana nimeona wale wazee tulishinda. Ati hiyo mzee akisema ati he will not be coerced or intimidated to joining our government. Wewe mzee sikia. We have no business within our government. Hatuna haja na hatugojei wewe. We are not looking for you and we have no time. Stop saying that people can force you to come to this government. Forget about being forced or coerced. We are not interested because sisi tuko na kazi ya kufanya.
Kama kuna mtu ako na namba ya William Ruto, arekodi hii video mtumie. Maisha yangu tangu nizaliwe sijawahi kuona mtu muongo, mfisadi, baradhuli, dhabdhabina kama William Samoei Ruto.
Mimi Hassan Joho nikitaka kuongea, mimi I don't even dream of engaging with them. Ati huyu akitaka aje aongee sio na mimi niongee na Ruto nini? Mimi nikamtafute atanipa nini? Wilbaro.
I wonder.
Nilipeleka Wilbaro mimi la kimtaani la kucheza nalo zamani.
We have a choice to reject over 60% of these names or give President Ruto his skunk. Apart from a few individuals who are not even more than 8, the rest are incompetent, unqualified, have integrity issues, are people who cannot deliver this country from where it is to the next level that we want the country to move in.
A few moments later.
Now forwarded the name of John Mbadi Ngongo to the Ministry of National Treasury and Economic Planning. The Honorable Hassan Ali Joho, Ministry of Mining, Blue Economy and Maritime Affairs.
Nguruwe kujiganga na mafuta yake.
The Situation Room, Kenya's biggest conversation.
In this country, 6 families and 8,000 Kenyans control 90% of the GDP. We are not a country. We are a plantation. We work for Ruto.
When you're telling the judges court orders are papers or they will not obey court orders, they're sitting and you're seeking orders from them. So how are they supposed to interpret it? Isn't it an oxymoron?
When you see a judiciary that seems to be under some control somewhere, you start questioning. We have very powerful governors, but they don't use their offices to serve the people. If you are not
I mean, you'd be a fool to say, conversations have to be had, you know?
People in leadership should only go into leadership if they are ready and willing to change the lot of the people.
The Situation Room, Kenya's biggest conversation.
One of the things that are ailing our country is negative ethnicity. You find you as a state of, instead of thinking as a Kenyan, you think like a tribal person.
Let me tell you something. The biggest problem we have had in this country is a leadership deficit. There is nothing that you are going to do in the process of change if you are not a risk taker. So you really have to pursue your vision to a logical conclusion and even be ready to step on people's toes.
When it comes to the economy, you can't run away with it. They say statistics are like bikinis. They reveal a lot, but they conceal the vitals. And so government people would throw statistics at you and tell you they're revealing a lot of information to you, but it's really concealing the real vitals.
We need to get out of that, because when we want to grow our democracy, one basic thing that really requires to be understood by the political class, by all of us, is institutions are critical.
This is the Situation Room, the only way to start your day.
Good morning, and I love your show.
Thank you.
Having come from a Kikuyu radio background, I migrated to Spice because of the content.
I was born in a slum, but somehow I got a break in life. So sometimes when you see the sweating coming out because of the passion and whatever it is, behind the noise, there are people, and we share the same umbilical cord.
It shouldn't be like that. I am so disappointed. We used to tell Honorable Raila Amolo Odinga that he's doing politics of conmanship, and even President Uhuru Kenyatta, serikali hii ndio iko na conmanship ya hali ya juu. You cannot promise people that you reduce tax, then you double.
In politics, there is the issue of trust.
For you to turn around and then stab the same people who gave you that trust, there is no other level of dishonesty. Imabo, utaona dunia tu.
The Situation Room, Kenya's biggest conversation.
One of the things that are ailing our country is negative ethnicity. You find you as a state of, instead of thinking as a Kenyan, you think like a tribal person.
Let me tell you something. The biggest problem we have had in this country is a leadership deficit. There is nothing that you are going to do in the process.
Say statistics are like bikinis. They reveal a lot, but they conceal the vitals. And so government people would throw statistics at you and tell you they're revealing a lot of information to you, but it's really concealing the real vitals.
We need to get out of that, because when we want to grow our democracy, one basic thing that really requires to be understood by the political class, by all of us, is institutions are critical.
This is the Situation Room, the only way to start your day.
If we just gloss over issues and hope that time heals, then we might find that in generations to come, we might be back at the same situation. And the whole thing is born of stolen elections.
Spice. When it comes to the decisions you make, you must be independent. There's no way you can allow one institution to dictate to you how you're going to conduct your operations, how you're going to decide cases. It's a no.
When you weaken the institution to the point where they cannot take action, then you realize that politicians have to come up and now start dealing with the issues.
That conversation has to die. Our politicians do not like the hard stuff. We must insist on the path of doing things right, whether popular or unpopular.
Money changes hands. That is a fact. If you have political goodwill at the highest top, like in Rwanda, then corruption will be an issue of the past. If you don't have political goodwill at the top, we will pass laws, we will amend laws, we will continue passing laws and re-amending laws, and nothing will happen.
This is the Situation Room, the only way to start your day.
Mature, intelligent talk every morning. Spice up yourself. Mornings done right. 94.
Hiya, we are here. Are we here? We're actually here. A very, 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 very good morning to you. My headphones are refusing to work. There we go. And I can hear. And all is good on earth once again. Hey. Dennis Aseto, good morning.
Good morning, Okoh. How are you doing?
Fine, thank you. I'm doing well. Niko salama kabisa. It's Monday.
Monday.
How's your weekend?
My weekend, chilling.
Your weekend was chilling?
Chilling, yeah.
Oh, I was going to say something.
I was chilling over the weekend.
You were chilling with the shilling over the weekend.
Hapo kwa shilling.
Hapo kwa shilling hapana?
Hapo kwa shilling.
Hey.
Hapana.
You're there, no?
Lakini tunashukuru.
Very good, very good.
Na wewe yako ilikuwaje?
I'm all right. What did you ask me?
Wewe yako ilikuwaje?
Oh, ilikuwa sawa tu. I was easy, just relaxing.
Nakucheki, siku Swahili imekuwa that thing, eh?
Yeah, now I'm becoming more confident.
Nice.
Just saying it out in the open, in the daylight.
Nice. Kitambo ulikuwa unasema magizani?
Saying my own things. Maybe what I thought to be Kiswahili, but it actually wasn't. Do you know what I actually think about over the weekend? Yeah. Because I really do enjoy... Wait. Then, Okari, good morning.
Good morning.
How are you?
I'm like the spare wheel.
No, it's not like that. How about... Jeez.
No, I was just listening to this conversation of how your weekend was. I'm like, okay.
So I studied language, obviously, language and linguistics. Before then, I did my degree in journalism and international relations. So the Kiswahili language is actually very interesting to study as a language. Because, like, and I guess language generally, because, like, when you say things like wasting time, unapoteza wakati. And I just think that the way the language is made up, the syntax, the structure of the language, it's just very interesting that the way the words are put together to derive a certain meaning. And English actually just does a lot of language a disservice. I'm sorry for people who are from England, but it does a lot of languages a disservice when it gives you what it means in another language. Yeah. And then when you speak another language and you understand it, speaking and comprehension are different. But when you speak and comprehend another language, it actually gives meaning to words that English actually kind of covers and makes it almost less deep. It gives it less depth. That's
just continue. I feel like I'm in a class.
It's like in a class, yeah. Now give us an example.
Yeah, like an example.
Like that phrase, kupoteza wakati.
Yeah.
It's like, time is being lost. It's lost. Value disappears. Meaning disappears because of you doing something else that you could be doing, and it just captures it so well in a different language. Like even I think about the saying for Hausa, we say in the morning we say inakwana. It means what was the makeup of your sleep? Not just good morning, but like that sleep that you slept, where is it now, or how is it? You see, or how are the days? How did that time go? Or like when I say otutuoma is like the morning, the break, the day that has broken is good. You see? So I think English does a disservice to a lot.
I agree. Now that you say it like that, I think of Luo words and how they're said, and you're actually making so much sense, because in the morning in Luo is Ichio Nade.
Yeah.
So Ichio Nade, how have you woken up?
Exactly.
You know what I mean? Yeah. Irio Nade, how was your day?
Exactly. Yeah.
Interesting. Well, they say it's all about context, yeah?
Sure.
Yeah. So English words don't really contextualize situations well, or describing things well. So
I remember when of course we were growing up, and then because of the school that we went, so we come back and we say hi to my mom. My mom would say, "Which one is hi?" What's hi? What?
Your mom wants what? Good morning, mom.
Good afternoon, ma. Or you say it in my language. You say it ogene. It's like it's
very respectful.
Yes.
Gives that honor.
Yeah.
My grandfather was Ogwefi or Odoziani. Odoziani is a greeting that you accord to him because he's the one who prepares the way, or he's the one who kills cows with his hands. So you don't just see somebody and tell them hi. Who are you? Hi.
Interestingly, culturally, there are greetings for different, like if you meet an elder.
Yeah.
In all our languages.
Exactly.
There's a way you greet an elder. There's a way you greet your peer. There's a way. But in English, it's just the same thing.
Howdy.
It's good morning, good morning. Good evening, good evening.
Yeah.
So...
If you greet at all.
Totally. That's a whole topic.
It's a whole topic. We could actually talk about it for hours, isn't it?
True.
Yeah. So, hope you had a good weekend and getting into guess who is steering ship solo today. Yeah, you can run, but you can't.
Captain Solo.
Yeah, Han Solo.
We love you. Welcome back.
Lydia, we love you. See you know. Good morning. She's greeting everybody. Getting into things this morning, guys. It's going to be a packed morning, and today's the what? It's the 11th of August. Devolution Conference is taking place in Homer Bay from tomorrow until Friday.
Yep.
Governors, stakeholders, civil society, everybody across board. I believe the president will open the conference tomorrow. So that's being had in terms of conversations and what getting into the 14th year of devolution has done for Kenya, where you went from regions to now counties, mimicking almost what would be a federal state of doing things, that you have one center and then you have several different divisions that would get things done. So we're looking to conversations around devolution that will take place this morning, and I'll tell you just in a minute who's going to be having that conversation with us today as we get into it. Dennis Ndu and Dennis with you this morning. Lydiah steering ship as we get into things. The state of devolution is a conversation we'll have at 8 o'clock. We'll do this with Dr. James Nyoro, who's a former governor of Kiambu County, and the current deputy governor of Machakos County is Francis Mwangangi. We'll have that conversation at 8. Preceding that, we'll talk with the former governor of Makueni County, that is Professor Kivutha Kibwana. He joins us with Ahmed Hashi, who's a foreign policy expert. We're going to be looking at a series of things. The state of the nation, as well as Kenya-US relations at risk. What's at stake if ties are downgraded? How should countries be operating inwardly and externally? So we'll look at foreign policy, but we'll also look at what things are going on. And both these gentlemen join us for that conversation at 7 o'clock. We'll skip over then to 9 o'clock. And there's quite a lot of things going on with the health sector at the moment. Dr. Tim Theory is the CEO of the Kenya Healthcare Federation. Boaz Onchari is the Nairobi branch secretary of the Kenya National Union of Nurses and Midwives. Cash-only healthcare. We saw a number of things happening, didn't we? One of the major private hospitals in the country, number one, not going to be taking, because of the increase in their charges, 8, that's a big deal. 8 insurance firms will no longer offer services for this hospital. Apart from that, we'll also say that if you're going to, civil servants now going to hospital will not be able to pay for bills through SHA because pesa nini? Onge. So they have to pay cash. What does this actually mean? Do we know that we're trying to achieve universal health coverage? Is that happening? These two gentlemen will join us at 9 o'clock. Give us the real situation on the ground, guys, and have a look at what's really happening when it comes to the state of healthcare. So that's what we're looking at this morning in the Situation Room, Kenya's biggest conversation on this 11th day of August. We'll get into things proper today. Last week we came from the Rainbow Nation. Where are you taking us this week, Danny?
So today we're still in the southern part of the continent, Africa, and today we are in Botswana. Right. So just a little fact about Botswana. So it is famous for the Okavango Delta, one of the world's largest inland deltas, a UNESCO World Heritage. You know, it also has the Chobe National Park. Chobe or Shobe?
Shobe. I've been there. It's
Shobe National
beautiful,
Park.
I must say.
Known for having one of the largest elephant populations in the world. You know, in Kenya we were struggling to get back our numbers because of poaching that happened before, but Botswana ziko tu zina chill tu hazina ubaya.
There's poaching, but also we've sold most of our animals to other countries.
Yeah, true.
The countries we visit, they have actually named those animals Swahili names, and you're like, how did you know? Oh yeah, the Kenyan government gave this to us.
Yes. We are naitwa punda, not donkey.
Oh, sorry.
But then again, they also have Botswana is one of the largest producers of diamonds globally, and the diamond revenues has significantly boosted its economy. So ukitaka tulisema inaitwa nini? Almasi. Ndu, almasi is diamond.
I got it. And I forgot gold. Anyway.
Okay. Dahabu.
That's exactly what I was going to say.
Dahabu.
But I thought I was wrong.
So let's get it. If the cattle die, the people die. How will you interpret that?
If the what?
If the cattle die, the people die.
If the cattle die, the people die. Is Okari quiet because he wants me to go first?
He's looking at you.
Oh.
So my assumption is he wants you to go first.
Okay, so I'm coming from a place that, for a lot of us on the continent, traditionally, your wealth or your strength was determined by cattle that you have, especially for certain communities. I think about the Fulani in the north of Nigeria and other parts of West Africa. I think about the Maasai on this side, and also other communities in southern Africa. Interestingly enough, in the Okavango as well. Yeah. And that your cattle or your wealth, essentially your wealth or your strength, was determined by your cattle and the number that you had, and that your sustenance also was derived from that.
Yes.
So whether it was food, milk, strength. So without all of those things, you cease to exist.
True.
Essentially. So it was the thing that you were known for.
Yes.
So if you don't, without a particular thing that gives you the sustenance, then you're dead. You're dead.
Okari.
I think I tend to lean towards same thing. It's you look at culturally, not just the African culture. You go all the way to the biblical times. The first man we are told who was extremely wealthy was Abraham, and we are told that he was very wealthy in cattle, and so that speaks of abundance. It's not just a source of livelihood, it's also a social status symbol. You draw that all the way to the Maasai community, for example. They don't look at cattle as food, though it is food. It is also wealth, but beyond that is also like status. So the more cattle you have within the community, your status as well is way up there. So in terms of just generally the structure of our society, you can equate it to prosperity. And in some countries, you go like to Asia, the cattle is like not like a god.
It's revered.
So it's also very symbolic of is it fertility? I think something like that. I stand to be corrected. So it's a source of livelihood. It's all encompassing.
Yeah.
So if you lose that, then it's sort of like you lose yourself.
Yeah, true.
Yeah.
If you remember the worst drought that Kenya have experienced and the animals that died, especially in the northern part of the country, and you'd go, I remember when I was in Tana River, there's this gentleman who had close to 400 heads of cattle, and he lost I think 350, so he only remained with 50.
Oh my God.
And his life has never gone back to where it was, because that was his sustenance, his livelihood. He lost it, and he pretty much just lost himself. He's one person who says if there's anyone who needs assistance, mentally speaking, and psychosocial support, it's him, because he says, I have no reason to live because my animals.
But at that time, he still has 50.
He has 50.
You can imagine 50 for someone. Just think of 50 is a lot.
Yeah,
50. Just think of 50 crossing a road. That's a lot. I once did a story in Pokot. I was interviewing bandits in Pokot over cattle last training and all those issues that go there, the banditry issues. And it was interesting that when I was talking to the warriors and the men, I was doing this interview. So men are under one tree, women are under another tree with children. Then the young men are with the cows. And so when, cut long story short, when I was talking to them, and they value cows more than they value their women.
They do.
They're like, if you had to tell me to choose between Bibi and Ngombe, Bibi aende. They can even die. That's them. But you don't touch
the cattle.
The cattle. Don't.
Wow.
Yeah.
Interesting.
Very interesting. Good one to look into this morning. Na sasa. See what everybody's getting into the room this morning. In case you're wondering, our live streams are up on YouTube, Facebook, and on X. Right here with you this morning. And our audience on KTN, Karibu Sana, getting into it. Let's say hello to you. So it's a big wave coming in from us to you, even though we can't see your comments, or even if you don't comment and we know that you're here. Thank you for getting into Kenya's biggest conversation this Monday. Don Sabo is already saying the Hustler Fund, the Youth Fund, the Women Fund, the Facility Fund. The funds are all just but whistling wishes of a fund. Okari, do you know of any other fund?
Is that the gentleman who normally asks questions?
Of course, it's your turn.
So
it's your turn.
Do I know of any other fund?
Any other fund, yeah.
There are many. Well, at this rate, I think we need a fund to fund the funds.
Indeed.
Oh, yeah.
we need something like that.
Yeah.
There are many. Did he mention Hustler?
He did.
He did.
Uwezo?
Yeah.
Youth Enterprise?
Yep.
Biashara Kenya Fund?
Yeah.
Yeah. It's such a thing. Ngaf?
Ngaf, he did not mention.
There is Empowerment Fund.
Oh my God. Yeah, in fact, we're this morning asking, we need another fund to fund all the funds.
All the funds,
and not taxes.
Yeah, it's necessary because we're not quite sure who's doing what, who's doing where.
Yeah.
We need one, please.
And we need all that to go through e-Citizen also.
Absolutely, we do. And then we're going to need the Auditor General every now and then to give it a peek and see if everything is okay.
Okay. And EACC to pray over it.
Yeah, EACC needs to do a prayer when we are funding the fund to oversee all the funds that fund.
Yes.
Sawa. Rose Gray says good morning. Tuned in this morning and says blessed week ahead, Asante Sana. Good morning to Dennis and Dennis. This is Sebit Yusuf. Good morning to you. Peter Kiario is tuned in and says congratulations to the Harambee Stars. Absolutely. You know when that match was being played yesterday and I was just watching Omondi. I watched this man from the beginning. He seemed like this match, I'm going to do the business. I think easily he stopped 14 to 15 goals from getting into that net. It was no doubt that he was Total Energies man of the match. It was no surprise that after the match he was just given that trophy because my God, he saved that team. We're not going to go take away the glory of Ogam having scored that one goal. And these men played 10 men, one man down. So they played 10 men through the whole match. First time in history, and we got to give it up to the Harambee Stars. They did a fantastic job yesterday.
Yes, they did.
Absolutely great football to watch, and it'll be interesting. Now they're into the round of 16. Unprecedented. Whether they're playing for the million or playing for the glory, either one, it's racking up the points, and it's a fantastic job, boys. Robert Obogo says good morning, Mombasa, from Mombasa. And Eugene Odhiambo says good morning, Spice FM. Morocco saw bad things yesterday at Kasarani. Yes, they did. Jimmy Munothi says good morning, well done, Harambee Stars. You're quickly emptying the treasury coffers. Telling you, people said let them win so that they can be paid.
They should take the entire competition.
Pay them, if for anything alone. For Nini.
600 million.
Evans Vosena says good morning, and the entire crew wish receiving you loud and clear. Have a blessed day. Love, love, love. Erica Orr says good morning, guys. Machel says good. Did I say that right, Machel? Thank King Jah for another week. Wishing you all a fruitful week ahead. Kelvin Gitagia is tuning from Bahrain. Winnie Mogusu says good morning from Atlanta. Mama J says good morning. What a great day for Kenya yesterday. Unfortunately, we're too immersed in our anger to celebrate anything good these days, but we're celebrating now. Auntie Mama J. General Isa Mathenge says good morning from Ukunda Ndiani. Benedito says good morning, Princess. Good morning. Dennis Squared, congratulations to Harambee Stars for making us proud. Isa Kale says, here's a fresh start, powerful vibes and a day seasoned with joy. Keep spicing up our mornings, stirring our senses, teasing our thoughts. You're not just a station, you're a mood. Stay spicy. Where?
Where?
Isa Kale.
I'm telling you, she started on Friday and she's going. My sister, we're watching you. Keep it. Buenos dias, DND. ¿Cómo estás? Estoy bien. I speak for myself. Estás bien. Speak for the gentleman. This is Dambooks. Good morning. Rogers Younger tuned in as well from Voy. Mashari and Jerry is tuned in from Portland and says good morning, everybody. Instead of providing piped water 24/7, you're giving Nairobi people tanks. Instead of BRT and tram, you're giving border. Where? My take says where? I still can't believe it. Can't believe what? That Harambee Stars won? I can. Hisa Daniel says good morning. Christina A says good morning as well. Calvin Gitagia, we see you. Joe Mungai tuned in this morning as well. Kavoy Felix is tuned in and says here comes another day to praise and serve God. Congratulations to Harambee Stars. Indeed. Yes, we're full house. We're all here and kicking it. Peter Wanjala tuned in from South B. Good morning to you. Dr. Edatatu, good morning. You've escaped out of Nairobi for self-care and to avoid burnout. Nikubaya. I guess you don't tell us when you escape. Oh, good morning, Daktari. Glad that you're here with us. New day, new week, positivity, kindness, and all. Happy times, Spices. Good morning to you, Ken Kagai. Stanley Ngashe tuned in. Morio says good morning. Inakwana, kalo, lafia, kalo. So we say we are fine, thank you. Abi?
Abi.
I mixed too many languages. I know. Sorry. Aguto Gembo says good morning. Engineer Karaoke is tuning from Memphis. Good morning to you. Peter Wajohi is tuning from Diani Beach. In my language, you say good morning is translated as the sun is risen. Oh, okay. David Mangera says good morning, Wakire. How do you answer? That one. All right. Good morning, DND from Royal Suburb to now Lima people call it Roy Sambu.
Roy Sambu.
Oh, that's interesting. Roy Sambu used to be Royal Suburbs. Just like Kariakor is Kariakor.
Yeah.
The Great Corner is Dagoretti.
Yeah.
Eastley.
Eastley.
Wachana na hiyo maneno.
Yeah.
Kariakor.
Kariakor.
Royal Suburbs.
Yeah.
Roy
Sabu.
I didn't even know that.
Names.
Interesting. Royal Suburbs.
Exactly. Boagijuma says Boagijuma says good morning. Tibbs Muge, good morning. Can't be complete without you for sure. Today, maybe La Bubu moment is coming up with this Halloween in Southeast Asia. Really? What's going on? Thomas Amosa says good morning. Waiting for the big conversation. We here, bro. Winnie Magustu says good morning. Timely talk about the issue of Chan tickets. Of course, we're going to look into it. We'll probably look into the headlines yesterday. Unfortunately, there was those disturbing videos of folks finding their way into the stadium from a broken exit gate. And the stadium was full. It was fantastic. But you know, is it living up to the billing when it comes to the billing, literally, that tickets that should be sold are being sold 200 shillings a pop? Is it really happening? We'll talk about that in just a bit. But good morning, everybody. Karibu sana and welcome to the Situation Room this morning. We're going to start looking into the headlines today. And we'll start on Kenya's bold newspaper, The Standard. The top of the page, 10 Brave Stars still win over Morocco. 10-man Harambee Stars stunned continental giants Morocco with a spirited 1-0 victory in Kasarani. The Atlas Lions, unfortunately, were delivered that loss. The Kenyan Harambee Stars sealing a historic first win over the Atlas Lions and booking a place in the Chan quarter-finals. Of course, we'll look at other matches that are being played around the region in the next couple of days. We're seeing probably all roads leading towards Nairobi by the 30th of August. Another headline on The Standard.
Atlas Lions found the Mufasa. Strong.
Good one. Ruto Messiah Games is another headline on The Standard this morning. President Ruto's reign has been defined by sweeping changes, sudden reversals and high-stakes rescues, often of his own making. From fuel prices soaring to a record 211 shillings after subsidy removal, sparkling public fury, to fee hikes, digital IDs and court battles, a familiar script plays out. Disrupt, face outrage and swoop in as a savior. Critics call it savior syndrome. Like you create the problem, and so people lament for a minute, then you come in with a panacea, and people say, hallelujah. They see you are the guy who's done the thing. That's what the Standard is saying this morning. That is the headline on the Standard. Also looking at some other headlines. Devolution systems, good, bad, and ugly 12 years later. So I said 14th, we're going to the 13th year of devolution. And so that conference takes off this week. Mothers at risk as bleeding detectors run out. Do you know what that means?
Yeah.
Okay.
Maternal mortality numbers will go up.
Absolutely. Yeah. And it's not a thing you say, can we wait until we get new stock tomorrow? No. It's a now thing. Nairobi Hospital in battle for survival as creditor in court seeking liquidation. My goodness, there's so many things that are happening at this health institution. Of course, this is the hospital that we talk about where, 8 private insurers have said, not here anymore because the prices have gone too high. Gachagua, Ruto and Uhuru face crucial Mount Kenya by-election test. By-elections are going on. Remember that the IEBC has told us that by the end of this year, all how many? 20 what? How many by-elections would have been completed? Yeah. They said by the end of this year. So let's see. All right, folks. We'll take a look at what's making stories for Chan in a minute.
Yeah. So let's go to the Daily Nation and top of the paper. How 6 people escaped tragedy in ill-fated bus. So now they were to board the school bus that was ferrying mourners from a burial at a village in Kisumu, but their alertness cost them the seats. The bus crashed hours later, killing 26. So it's a case of Nilichelewa, but that's exactly what saved their life. We're talking about over 26 people who died in that accident in Kisumu. Now, extorting fat bribes from jobless youth. Bribes to secure employment in the public service are growing bigger as jobs become more scarce and the number of jobless Kenyans soars. An analysis of reports by the Anti-Corruption Agency shows the amount officials are demanding as bribes from desperate job seekers has increased 8 times over the past 4 years. We had a discussion with EACC chairperson David Oginde here, and he painted the picture of the situation of corruption in the country. And 2024 CHAN 10-man stars stand Morocco knockout stage in sight. Now, Kenya's Ben Omondi and Edward Otieno battle for the ball with Morocco's Anas Bach during the CHAN match. Congratulations to the boys. And key legal battles poised to shape 2027 elections. With exactly 2 years to the next general election, the judiciary is handling a draft of legal disputes that could significantly shape the political landscape. We also have a question on matters to do with climate change, where global plastics treaty, and will the world finally deliver on the ban of plastics and the reduction of the same over the years to come? Only time will tell. And hate speech warning as polls loom. That's National Cohesion and Integration Commission Chairperson Samuel Kobia. We continue to hear statements coming from politicians that are considered alarming, and it is hoped that NCIC would move in and crack the whip. And Mwilu's powers Parliament, Gachagua in Supreme Court. So, question on whether Mwilu had the authority to. It was determined by the court that she did not. Just how will that play in the courts? That's some of the stories making headlines in the Daily Nation.
Okay, let's look at the Star and the headline: Debt trap tightens as families borrow to afford basics. So 52% of Kenyans buy food on credit from shopkeepers and friends. And then there's a picture there of Harambee Stars storming into CHAN Cup quarters. Man of the moment, Ryan Ogam, celebrates after scoring a decisive goal against Morocco. Then Kisumu whips as 26 mourners perish in crash. It is grief too heavy for one village to bear. In Koguta village in Kisumu, entire homesteads are sitting in silence. Doors stand ajar. Cooking fires are cold. Wailing drift over the hills in an unending lament. On Friday, 26 members of the Korwa and Katieno clans bound by blood, marriage, and lifelong bonds perished together in a bus crash. A story on page 2. Ruto woos Mount Kenya and dismisses neglect claims. Cites investments rolled out in the region on infrastructure, housing, and health. We saw President William Ruto addressing Wananchi and inspecting Limuru affordable housing projects in Kembu County yesterday. UDA among parties operating illegally for lack of offices. So the ruling United Democratic Alliance is among 37 political parties failing to establish the minimum 24 county branch offices. Thus, all are operating illegally. By law, a party must have branch offices in at least 24 counties. This is a bit shocking. I actually thought, they're closing down or whatever. IBC targets youth in voter registration drive for 2027. So Commissioner Lutalala Mkwana says voter apathy is most pronounced among the youth and says reversing this trend will require more than registration campaigns. So there's a lot of civic education, upcoming events, civic education and registration drives that are targeting campuses, youth events, and online platforms to ensure that the country's largest demographic takes its rightful place at the ballot box in 2027. So that story on the new financial report showing 48% of households borrowing from friends and relatives to buy basics, 52% bought food on credit from shopkeepers. Some statistics here: 50% average of Kenyan households borrowing from shopkeepers and friends. 19 million Kenyans are listed in the CRB database. 126 licensed digital credit providers of June 2025. 4.1% July inflation rate. 5.2 projected 2025 economic growth. And so on and so forth. Some interesting figures in there. We move on to other stories. And my good friend, whenever I see the name Nancy Githongo somewhere, I'm always curious. So the National Mining Corporation is under scrutiny after an audit revealed irregular hiring of a chopper for a cabinet secretary at 2 million Kenyan shillings. So a new report by Auditor General Nancy Githongo covering the period of June 30th, 2024 reveals that the chopper was hired for the CS to attend a presidential event in Voi. The payments were made to a local company without adherence to procurement rules, highlighting the extravagant costs borne by taxpayers to facilitate luxury travel for top government officials. Githongo raised concerns about the unchecked hiring. The expenditure was not included in the corporation's procurement plan, and therefore, watu wanapeperushwa na ndege all over the place using taxpayers' money.
Wanafanya nini?
Wanapeperushwa na ndege. Oh, that's another. In Swahili, it's flying is in English.
Yeah.
Now you want to use a Swahili word?
You're moved by the wind.
Yeah.
Do you see what I'm saying?
Yes.
Okay.
You need to do a class on this.
I think so.
Do a master class.
I should.
On linguistics
and language.
Language.
All right.
Yes. Those are the stories in the Standard there.
All right, so if you look at one of these stories in detail, just a minute. Oh, there was another story here of wild cheers, wild bites. In Dar es Salaam, around the games, there's been an allowance to then now start barbecuing game meat. I think that was interesting because it's an added touch to the Chan games that are going on. I want to look at this story of mothers at risk as bleeding detectors run out. Not a movie. Actual things. Oh, you missed the conversation on Friday when we talked about a healthy bowel. It was most illuminating and moving.
Can we do a repeat?
I think we must.
We should.
It was fun.
I missed that.
You did. Pamela Muni also tuned in this morning. Pamela Rita Muni. And then, we've been calling Isa a woman all this time. I had to take a moment to quell those doubts. Isa is a gentleman. But it's okay. He's a Kale. He's a gentleman. Okay. And I just needed to make that clear for all of us. Sawa. Now, mothers at risk as bleeding detectors run out. What are we talking about? Kenya faces a shortage of a critical tool for measuring blood loss during childbirth, forcing doctors to estimate by hand. Yes. This outdated method delays urgent care, such as transfusions, contributing to the country's 21 daily maternal deaths. Every day in Kenya, 21 women are dying in the process of childbirth. This is just childbirth.
How many?
21.
Every
day.
Here in this country?
Yes.
We're losing 21 women every day?
Yes.
How many are those in a year? Let me just...
Every day. So in a month, it's about 600 women dying. Abi?
Talking about 7,600.
7,600 women in a year dying because of childbirth-related emergencies. Kenya is grappling with a critical shortage of obstetric drapes, vital tools used to detect excessive bleeding after childbirth, putting thousands of mothers at heightened risk. Dr. Kireki Omanwa, president of the Kenya Obstetrical and Gynecological Society, confirmed that the shortage has been reported across the country, forcing health workers to revert to outdated and inaccurate methods to estimate blood loss. It is a big deal, and we just don't realize how big a deal it is, the potential risk that women face after birth, right? In terms of birthing the placenta and then thereafter measuring and seeing, are we okay? If we're not okay, then will there be some necessary urgent interventions? Now, without this tool, you can't really tell. Using these outdated methods, like they say, slows down the process. You're wasting time. Sometimes it is inaccurate. This is what we are dealing with right now. Now, obstetric drapes are essential in quickly identifying postpartum hemorrhage, a leading cause of maternal mortality. They help clinicians measure blood loss during the delivery, enabling swift interventions such as blood transfusions. PPH is defined as blood loss exceeding 500 ml in vaginal births or 1,000 ml in cesarean sections. According to Dr. Manua, drapes are not available everywhere. Doctors are now forced to use their hands to estimate blood loss, a method that is both ineffective and risky. On average, Kenya loses 21 women daily to childbirth, with at least 10 of those deaths attributed to postpartum hemorrhage. The maternal mortality rate stands at 355 deaths per 100,000 live births, translating to 6,000 to 8,000 preventable deaths annually. So write up that numbers you were talking about, Aseto. To address the crisis, COGS is collaborating with the Clinton Health Access Initiative, otherwise known as CHAI, and the Kenya Medical Supplies Authority to procure more drapes. Though we are engaging CHAI, the supply of these vital tools requires funding. And I'm going to link it directly to your Nancy Gavongo story.
Yes.
Where we're talking about the bleed, no pun intended, from public coffers when it comes to vital funds that are needed for things like this. You see, literally, corruption and thievery is a life or death issue.
It is.
It is.
You know,
it is. I mean,
you know, looking at those figures, they're more than, and I'm sorry to say this, the number of road accidents you have in this country. So you have how many mothers dying every day? 21 on average. That's a serious number.
Yes, it is.
And what is causing the shortage of these obstetric drips in the first place?
Funding.
Like we don't have funding to protect our mothers during childbirth.
Yes.
But you have money for other things.
To rent a helicopter for 2 million bob.
Yep.
And for these empowerment programs.
Yeah.
You know, the thing is, you know, when you go to these deep levels of neglect, especially when you're talking about now mothers and childbirth, that this should actually be a very, very big story, guys.
Yes.
This should be a very, very big story. It then shows us that
do you know how much an obstetric drip
the
is?
state of our soul. How much is it?
Do you know how much an obstetric drip is? It's between 1,900 to 3,800 shillings only. One.
And you only use it once?
Yes, but one. So if you rent a helicopter for 2 million shillings, that maybe you didn't need, that maybe you could have flown.
Not maybe, they don't need these things.
They would have driven and you would not have died. 2 million shillings, how many drapes would you buy? Just do the math.
One is how much?
Okay, if it's expensive,
just give me the most expensive one.
3,800.
3,800.
Yeah. And you can find now those ones are not disposable, though, uncle. The disposable ones are 1,100 bob. All right.
You know, you will then, if this will save mothers, if only this tool can save mothers, reduce this number of 21, you're only looking at almost nearly 550.
If you buy it from South Africa, if you buy it from South Africa and bring it into the country, it'll cost you 580 shillings because you can get them for the price of 230 bob from South Africa. If you bring them in here, if you must, with shipping and handling and all of that taken care of, comes to about 580 bob for one. So again, I say helicopter ride, save 21 mothers a day. I don't know.
Guys, do you notice something? You see this conversation we've just had in the last 5 minutes. Imagine a cabinet meeting and you're discussing this and quickly pull out your calculator and say, how much is this thing costing? You've already dug and found out how much it's costing getting it from South Africa. If the three of us who are not health experts can already see where you can do the math, save here, save mothers and all that quickly, then what does that tell you where the priorities are? What conversations are happening in some of these spaces? If you have 21 mothers on average dying every day in this country, it's just that I may not know somebody, or you may actually hear stories of ulisikia nani alienda kujifungua na kurudi. So you never really think through what could have happened. You'll just think, okay, there was some complication, and it happens every day in this country.
It does. Every day, and
where it's not a guarantee that when a woman goes to deliver, they will come back home. This is what essentially you're saying. That you could be among the 21 on a daily basis.
And it's not, it cuts across social strata for your information, whether you're dealing at a swanky private hospital or there's a mother who gave birth in the field. Do you understand what I'm saying?
Yes.
That this thing could happen to any woman regardless of social strata. Regardless of what spectrum you are. on the social line. It doesn't matter.
Now what we're talking about is a situation where someone is in hospital where they can get immediate assistance because of these drips that you're talking about, but they are not there. That means the urgency that they would get from a hospital is not there. We're talking about 2 million divided by 1,100. We're talking about 1,818 women who would be saved if those drips were allowed.
When we're talking about other countries drastically reducing maternal deaths, so we're looking at Kenya's rates and why the Kenya rates then are high, to something as simple as just making a purchase of this, sitting in cabinet then and saying, look guys, we can't let our mothers die.
Sure.
We just can't let our mothers die. Why don't we procure this? Where will we? Even if it's a government-to-government deal, like get it from another country. You can even get donors to purchase these things. You can get into partnerships where you can then get these things to help mothers, especially in those spaces. And like you said, it's not fancy. It doesn't matter whether it's a fancy hospital.
No, anybody will suffer from
private
PPH.
hospital, everybody.
PPH affects everybody. It doesn't matter where you are. Whether you're in a mud-thatched clinic or you're in a six-story swanky private hospital, PPH will affect any woman. And that's why every woman who goes through childbirth, this tool is used, whether it's the traditional hand that now we're going back to, or this particular tool. It's a little thing, it does the job that it's supposed to, because it's a measure.
And you see, I think there's also an opinion that has been given here by one Carl Tumguyo, who says Kenya is not a private entity. MPs must use public hospitals. Maybe if these private insurance that members of parliament and civil servants have is withdrawn and everyone uses SHA and forced to use local hospitals, then maybe when they go to those cabinet meetings, they will start thinking about such issues.
I'm telling you, if you vote for me as president,
okay, here we go.
Yes.
No, I'm just telling you, sir, this country just needs me. If I'm president, it's going to be an executive order number. It's the first one.
Executive order number
there
1.
There is no one leaving this country for treatment anywhere in this world.
Yes.
We are all going to be treated here. So if it is going to Kenyatta National Hospital, when it's yes, you go to Kenyatta National Hospital. Your family comes to visit you there. That's the point when people will start feeling. So this is what we like using this term, the common mwananchi.
Yes.
Yeah. This is what the common mwananchi feels. Yes. When you force these people to go to our local hospitals, they will straighten this thing up in less than 5 years.
It's very true.
Including budgets. And then force them, all your children, none of your children will go to study anywhere outside this country. Especially from the lower
basic education.
Yes, all of you will study here. So we must then make sure that our Kenyan schools are up to standard. You will see budgets going
pretty much
this
lead by
business
example.
of choppers Nasigadongo is talking about. Choppers being hired for 2 million just to go to Voi to attend the presidential function. Those things will end.
They will end.
Is Voi in Tanzania? Shall Voi is here?
Is here, yeah.
If you go to Tandai, Voi.
You know, the government also invested in something called the SGR. It's how long to Voi.
Surely.
Listen, guys. These guys have chase cars, huh? So if you want to go to a meeting in Nakuru today, you sit with these politicians and the reason why partly they use the choppers is not that they are too busy in this life. Like they have a very crazy schedule that I need to be in Nakuru in 5 minutes. Then after that, I need to be in Mombasa in another 10 minutes. No. These guys go hang out in some hotels. Then they decide, let's actually make a grand entrance. Then land a chopper in the middle of a school. So when you're coming out, it's a show of force. It's showing muscle. Nimetoka kwa ndege. Tuko na ile there's a Swahili word I wanted to use. I will not use it.
Bebo ufala.
Hata si ufala, hata si ujinga. You can't use you don't use a vehicle because nobody will notice you. Like you want to enter a stadium.
In Nigeria, we call it effizi. Effizi. I have that effizi. After all, why should I use a car when I can use aeroplane, chopper, helicopter? More problems we have till here. Telling you. 1,100 shillings, 1,800 shillings, 3,800 shillings at the most is what we are looking for to buy the thing that essentially is going to save mothers. Remember what we said, though 21 women die, half of those die because of PPH, and it can actually be solved by this machine. It's a tool that you measure. Now once you've measured and you see the levels, then okay, do we need to rush to hospital? Do we need to have this kind of intervention? It's needed.
It's a no-brainer.
It's a no-brainer. Come on. but we don't have it because we don't have money. Hapo ndio tuko, and you know what? At this point, it's 7 o'clock.
Spice up your life.
Good morning. This is the News Wire. I'm Lal Ubaka. President William Ruto has once again insisted that he'll not be swayed by one-term rhetorics. Speaking in Limuru, Kiambu, he said he'll not be intimidated by pressure to be removed from office after one term, accusing his opponents once more of lacking an agenda.
Wasitutishe na mambo ya one term. Wasitutishe na blackmail ya one term. Sisi ni watu tuko na akili bwana. Watuambie sera yao. Watuambie mpango yao. Na kama hawana mpango, watafute nchi na wananchi wa kwenda kuwadanganya. Don't blackmail us. Don't threaten us. We have a plan. We have a program. We are transforming Kenya because we have an agenda for our nation. Wale wa jamaa wengine, they have no agenda. They have no plan, they have no vision, they have hata akili hawana.
President Ruto has also slammed his opponents who oppose his affordable housing initiative.
Ule mtu ya katikati anasema ati atakuja kusimamisha hii mpango ya affordable housing. Mtu mwenye atakuja kusimamisha program ya affordable housing ambayo inaajiri vijana 600,000, ambayo imetupatia nafasi ya kuweka bilioni 30 hapa Kiambu. Huyo ni mtu ako na maono. Huyo ni mtu ako na mpango.
He has insisted that his government will continue to implement development projects in the country for the benefit of Kenyans, once again accusing his opponents of perpetuating divisive politics and claiming that the government has failed to deliver on its promises to Kenyans.
Hii Kenya haitabadilishwa na maneno matupu. Haitabadilishwa na chuki. Haitabadilishwa na kisirani. Haitabadilishwa na ukabila. Kenya itabadilishwa na miradi na mipango ya maendeleo kama hii affordable housing ambayo itaajiri vijana na kubadilisha maisha ya wananchi. Mnanielewa jameni? Tunaelewana? Mimi nimekuja hapa kuangalia kwa sababu kuna majamaa wengine wanazurura, wanasema hakuna kazi inaendelea. Ndio nikakuja nione mwenyewe hii kazi inaendelea ama iendelei, my friends. Inasonga.
The Independent Electoral and Boundaries Commission is rallying young Kenyans to register as voters, warning the declining number of young voters could weaken their influence in shaping the country's future. IBC statistics show youth aged between 18 and 34 accounting for only 39.84% of registered voters in 2022, a drop of 5.27 percentage points from 2017. Female youth registration fell by 7.75% in that period, while male youth registration dropped by 2.89%. Registration of young people has been declining despite the fact that about 75% of the country's population is younger than age 35, according to the 2019 Kenya Population and Housing Census. The Principal Secretary for Higher Education, Dr. Beatrice Nyangala, has reiterated the government's commitment to making higher education more accessible through a landmark reduction in university fees. PS Nyangala argued that the reduction stemmed from the government listening to its youth and further highlighted that this crucial policy change directly responds to concerns raised by young people themselves during consultations and through the National Working Committee established by President William Ruto in September last year. And finally, Homa Bay County will play host to this year's Devolution Conference scheduled for this week from tomorrow up until Friday. This will be the first time the Lakeside County will be hosting the annual conference, last hosted by Uasin Gishu County in August last year. Homa Bay Governor Gladys Wanga said the opportunity is a historic milestone, one that underscores the country's pivotal role and remarkable contribution to Kenya's devolution journey. More than 10,000 delegates are expected to converge in Homa Bay during the summit, providing a groundbreaking experience for its residents. That's the News Wire. I'm Leah Obaga.
Spice FM, Nakuru.
In this country, 6 families and 8,000 Kenyans control 90% of the GDP. We are not a country. We are a plantation. We work for Ruto.
When you're telling the judges court orders are papers or they will not obey court orders, they're sitting and you're seeking orders from them. So how are they supposed to interpret it? Isn't it an oxymoron?
When you see a judiciary that seems to be under some control somewhere, you start questioning. We have very powerful governors, but they don't use their offices to serve the people.
If you are not shameful to do what you are doing, why should we protect you?
I'm human. Everybody's human. So when you're told, kuja tuongee, I mean, you'd be a fool to say, stagi kuongea today. Conversations have to be had, you know?
People in leadership should only go into leadership if they are ready and willing to change the lot of the people.
The Situation Room, Kenya's biggest conversation.
Good morning, and I love your show.
Mature, intelligent talk every morning. Spice up yourself. Mornings done right. 94.4 Spice FM.
6 minutes after 7 o'clock. This is The Situation Room. It's Kenya's biggest conversation this Monday morning at 11 minutes after 8 o'clock. DND here with you this morning as we get into conversations necessary to happen. And we'll be getting into one, what's happening in country, what's happening externally. We'll talk about that in just a minute. You've been connecting us for a while now, and we should know where to go, what to do, what to buy, how to stay connected. Mr. Okari?
Yes, the clock is ticking. August 31st is the deadline for you to get this done. So this August, you get yourself a Safaricom Home Fiber internet connection and you enjoy up to double the speeds for 25% discount on the bronze, silver, gold and diamond plans. The welcome package includes a free router and zero installation fee anywhere in this republic. So you stay connected with reliable and very fast home internet. So whether you are gaming, you are streaming movies, music, you are doing your online work and you love high-speed web browsing, all you need to do is simply dial *400# or visit my Safaricom app to get connected today. This offer is valid up to the 31st of August. I know Kenyans were last-minute people, but you want to do this now, today being a Monday, and this is only valid to new customers. And so make sure you dial *400# or visit my Safaricom app to get connected today. Feels good to be home with Safaricom Home Fiber.
Fantastico. And Dennis, you've been protecting our wealth. No? Okay. Let me tell you how we protect our wealth in just a minute. All right? We now focus on comprehensive planning, trust. Let's face it, there's never been a better time to take control of your financial future. So when we say now is your time for wealth, we're not just throwing around a tagline. We're talking about being deliberate with your money, your goals, and your legacy. Standard Chartered Priority Banking offers a comprehensive approach to managing your finances, meeting both your current lifestyle needs and your future aspirations. So whether you're thinking about starting a portfolio for streamlining your assets, the advice is personalized, strategic, and tailored to where you are in life. And I get it. When you've worked hard to build something, trust and security become everything. You want a partner who's not just competent, but consistent. Someone who protects what matters and helps you grow it. That's what you get with Standard Chartered, a solid, trusted partner who understands wealth isn't just about money. It's about the people, values, and futures behind it. So today, what I want you to do, email wealth.ke@sc.com to begin your journey, because your time is now. And this morning, as we do get into some conversations necessary for us to take a look into what is happening in the country, and also ask certain questions about Kenya's relations with, external partners, and whether what's happening inside affects what's happening outside. What you garbage in, garbage out, is that, I guess, one of the phrases that we use. Joining us for that conversation today as we look into the external workings of the country, former governor of Makueni County is Professor Kivuza Kibwana. He joins us this morning. Good morning.
Good morning. I'm happy to be here.
Karibu sana. And we're also joined this morning by Ahmed Hassim, who's here as foreign governance expert, joins us as well. Good morning, policy expert as well.
Good morning. If I can pronounce Anyang Nyongo and Nyatike, and I can say in Kikamba Chade Changuno Madokoni, you can say Hashi.
Hashi.
Hashi. Hashi. A lot of people call it Hasi, a lot of people call it Hirsi. It's actually Hashi. It means tall camel.
Oh, there you go.
Karibu.
Hashi. Well, I guess you do live up to the bidding, at least in the tall part.
Yeah, I live the only part is I don't have the nice eyes that the camel.
It's the eyelashes. It's the eyelashes. It's all in the eyelashes. Not to say that the folks in the beauty industry can do something for you if you're interested.
Very funny.
Karibu both.
Asante, Karibu.
Thank you so much for being here this morning. Conversations that are necessary for us to have, and so we do that in the Situation Room. Before we do that, Dennis goes around the African continent every week.
Wow.
He comes back by some,
privileged
way. And he'll tell us which country he's landed in today, and we'd love to then hear your interpretation of the proverb that he will share.
Yeah, so today we are in a country called Botswana, right? And it's a country that has a lot of beautiful things, one would argue. And we talk about the Okavango Delta, which is one of the world's largest inland deltas, and also a UNESCO World Heritage Site, as well as diamonds, one of the largest diamond producers in the continent. Yeah. And it is actually considered to be Africa's success story. Why? For its political stability since independence in 1966. A lot of things to enjoy from this country. But let's go straight to our proverb this morning. If the cattle die, the people die. If the cattle die, the people die. The man who lives to the building of being tall goes fast. How would you interpret that?
The country is actually a cattle rearing country. And what people don't know is that before the Holocaust happened in Germany, during the First World War, they came to practice on the Hamba. The community is called the Hamba or the Himba. And now it's a United Nations case because they lost over 1 million people by torture, death, and the killing of their cattle. So I know for a fact that cattle is a way of life in Botswana. I'm sorry, maybe I'm confusing Botswana with Namibia, but I know that whole region is made of cattle. So I think that it's very close to a Somali saying that we have, and I think it means that just as camels are life for us, it means cattle is also life for that community. That's my take.
Prof, how would you interpret that?
Well, I think in that country, as you have correctly said, that has been one of the most democratic countries, except there have been some recent hiccups. But traditionally, Botswana, Mauritius have been, bulwarks of democracy on the continent. And as Hamed has said, the cattle are really the wealth of the country. Of course, there is diamonds and so on, but cattle is both a way of life culture, and therefore, it's if you lose the wealth of a nation, you lose the nation. And you can say that for any country, in Africa, any country in the world, there is something that is precious, which really gives its wealth. Like here also, our young people, our wealth, and if we don't treat them well, we are compromising our wealth.
Well said.
Absolutely. Well said. And so I guess the words that you use kind of start us off into our conversation this morning. And we're taking a look at things that could be happening inwardly. Usually when you go to the doctor and you say, okay, you say, this is how I'm feeling. And they look at you and they're going to prod here and there. Then after some time, they're going to say, you know what? How about we take a look at what's happening inside, and it will help us to know how we can deal now with these outward manifestations of whatever it may be. Is it time for Kenya to take a look inside, to do some blood work, Prof?
Good question. Well, who will do that? Because to take an inward look, you really need a lot of honesty. Because what you will find, if you're genuine, can be, hurting, it can be ugly, and then you have to face it, and you have to be genuine. We have been trying to do that. All these reports from 64, whether it's Dungu report, whether it is more recently Anan, whether it is BPI, whether it is NADCO, we try to look inward without looking inward. And one hopes a time is coming when we will be tired of such shenanigans and we will look inward for real. The young people are forcing us to kind of pause and decide whether we want to look inward. But I think we did not accept that opportunity. But having said that, I still hope, as you have asked, that we are, going to look inward so that we can say, given where our country is, why do we continue to have all these problems of misgovernance, not following the constitution, of corruption, of name them? So yes, we need to genuinely look inward. And maybe, I don't know, if it's something that can be done without necessarily the politicians being at the helm, that could help us. And I don't know who else could be at the helm. I don't know whether it's the professionals, I don't know whether it's the academia, it's the civil society, it is the faith society, fourth sector, the youth themselves. But the last person to really help us look inward, unfortunately, is Kenya's politician.
I'm going to stick with that medical analogy just a little bit more, because usually then when you do the test, right, it is the result of that test that the doctor will then say, because of what we have found happening here, then this is what we must do. We must go for surgery, or we must cut the thing off, or we apply some kind of medication, antibiotic, whatever. There have been a lot of things that have been done. There's been a broad-based government thrown at it. There's been, and then even within the broad-based government, there's a now Dennis's favorite 5-man committee now has also been thrown at the thing. And then there is, empowerment drives and everything happening at the same time. And then before any of that even happens, we have external parties coming and saying, you guys need to fix this thing. Otherwise, we're not going to be body-body with you anymore.
I think the question we're asking ourselves is whether or not the political structure that we have today in Kenya serves the interests of the people of this country, politically speaking. I mean by this that, we have adopted a very strange first across the post system. When our communities, our societies are uneven, we have young people who are more in the modern milieu of their lives. And then we have a rural breakup, and we have different types of Kenyans based on ethnicity, on gender, and all these things. So I've always argued that we need a parliamentary system of government. Because once you have a parliamentary system of government, the executive is in parliament, and can be checked in a really fundamental way. We decided to use the American system of checks and balances and the separation of powers. But it is not really germane to our way of life. We were just speaking about Botswana's cows. Our way of life is the whole country has decided that governance has to come closer to the people, because the state, as it were, never really tried to help the country, it tried to help itself. And then that's why you have these uneven economies. East Africa broke down. We killed the person who created Kenya's foreign affairs, Tom Mboya, and Lee Kuan Yew is the one who said that. So I think that we have to question whether or not, the Constitution is not a Quran or it's not a Bible, it's man-made. And I think this first across the system post is what the biggest problem we have in this country. What we need is a representational system of power and a consensual system of power in which everybody is accountable to everybody in a system of legislative government. The old British traditions that we had were abandoned because Jomo Kenyatta wanted to get power. He put the Prime Minister and the President together. So I think if we have a Governor General and a Prime Minister, because we have 47 counties, as the former Governor of Makueni knows, that what we need is a Governor General here on top, who is a representative of all the governors, and he's been chosen in the National Assembly with the leading political party. I'm not saying that we just force minorities to just share power by force, no. But the leading political party. Nor do I say the majoritarians have to be tyrannical. So we have to find a balance, because every time someone goes into government, Raila Odinga goes into government with him. It's bizarre. Don't you think?
Why?
Because he was not elected. But it is unfortunate that he was beaten by 200,000 votes and he cannot be part of the government. That means exactly half the people of Kenya have been thrown down the river.
So the pass the post doesn't work.
Doesn't work for us.
First past the post clearly doesn't work for Kenya.
For Africa.
Because for the last how many elections, you've always had to either have a coalition or you've had to have power sharing in government.
Because the country is split right down the middle. And therefore, this 1 or 2 votes that you go past the post, how does that give you legitimacy to govern this country? It does not. It's just the system that has given you legitimacy. It's not the moral sense in the country that has given you legitimacy.
Hash, are you saying that President William Ruto doesn't have the moral legitimacy?
He doesn't have the moral legitimacy. He has the legal legitimacy. He's killing children. Where does he get the moral legitimacy to rule this country? When you sit in that chair, you have to follow the spirit of the Constitution. Not only is he not following the spirit of the Constitution, he is flagrantly causing death and bedlam in this country. There's over 60 people who have died, maybe more. The freedom of the press allows you to say that. It allows you to say that this is not right, and that the government of the people and by the people and for the people should not be despite the people. I mean, it should be for the people. And therefore, I think that Mr. Ruto has lost all moral authority. And everybody knows in 2027, the entire country is in the opposition. We're waiting for the candidate that we're going to put up so that we can throw Mr. Ruto and his acolytes into the dustbin of history.
Professor Kibwana, with just taking from what Hashi said, the issue of representation. So at the moment is legally, the winner will take it all, the majority. Whether it's percentage, it's in just clear numbers. If we break down from what Hash is saying to a parliamentary system, is the problem we have in Kenya a governance structure, a representation structure, or is it lacking structures of oversight, lacking structures of accountability and recall? Because even at the moment, the conversation is we want to recall these guys, but IBC say currently you cannot do that. But people wish you go there for 5 years, but if in 1 year you're not satisfying what you said you will do, then we have the power to recall you. How do we strike the balance? What structures then do we need?
First of all, let me say, Hamed said the constitution is man-made. Actually, it is man-woman made.
I agree 100%.
Yes.
And actually agree with him that the system that we have is not serving us. And but I will want to tilt a bit his exposition by saying one of the reasons that this system does not work for us is the politicians use negative ethnicity to arrange politics. And as a consequence, when several ethnic groups, are supposed to come together because their kingpins, their leaders have told them that this is how we shall vote, that is where you have that divide. so that it's very difficult for anybody to win. And one is talking about like the 5 main ethnic groups. So unless that situation is first of all dealt with, so that to borrow again the metaphor of morality, so that we have moral ethnicity, meaning positive ethnicity, enjoying our culture, like Section 7, 11, Article 7, Article 11, Article 44 of the Constitution say, so that is the province of enjoying our different cultures. But when we weaponize them, when we make them the fulcrum of politics, then we will continue with that situation of several people, coming together and one person saying that, this is how we vote. And as a result, then we have that hung parliament, and so on and so forth. But I do agree that at Boma's, the Boma's draft of our constitution was actually a draft constitution that told us to go that way, proportional representation, and maybe, also a few parliamentary seats, so that it was like a mixed system. But that proportional representation would mean that communities, you didn't feel left out because somebody kind of hogged the political space. And therefore, one hopes that at some future point, not before 2027, because now if you tinker with the constitution, it will be changed to advantage, the political class. But maybe down the road, after 2027, hopefully, then we can ask ourselves, do we want to look at this constitution to see particularly the way of representation? And there are a few other things like the gender question, and so on. And then, of course, the question of recall. You see, it's very unfair for whether it is ABC in its infancy to say that you cannot recall people, because when the constitution has provisions, and even there's some interpretation on that matter by the courts, then it really means that you can just use the constitution. You don't have to, say that there was some law which was not passed, because the law, if I can remember, the law for recall for parliamentarians was to be done within 1 year of passage of the constitution. The law for recall of MCAs was to be done 18 months after the promulgation of the constitution. So there is a precedent, saying that even when a particular law has not been passed, the constitution is enough. So this idea of you cannot recall is a foreign idea, and I don't expect that Parliament will be in a hurry to pass any law to get a majority of them recalled. So we need to continue to be faithful, so that we don't cheat the Constitution. I saw, as I came in, somewhere there written, don't cheat. So that we don't cheat the Constitution, we are faithful to the Constitution.
Yeah, but then again, we look at a situation where now this is what we go through internally in terms of issues affecting us. But then again, you look at policies that are made at the government level in terms of how we relate with others. And key in point, we now look at how Kenya is relating with its neighbors. So let's look at Kenya, Sudan, Kenya, US, Kenya, Russia, Kenya, Iran, Kenya, China. And you find that because Kenya has made decisions to have other friends, there is the aspect that now Kenya is being discussed in the US Senate. And if our relations with the US is stripped, it's no longer as good as it were. What do we get to lose, or how difficult will it be for us to do business with the US, if any, Hash?
I think it's uncanny, the lack of depth. I think we don't have a problem with the intellectual capacity of people to understand foreign affairs and to help this country in its relations with other states. We have a paramount chief at State House, And this is not something it's not something I said. I've said it when he was being inaugurated. I said this is what's going to happen. He's going to ruin the economy, right here at KTN. He's not going to bring people together, and I'm the one who invented the word one term.
It was you, Hash?
Yes, it's here on tape. I was with the Bahalaine here. And the Gachagua picked it up. I criticized Gachagua at the same venue for his ethnic negativity. But I think that it is not right for Kenya Army guns and bullets to be in the middle of Khartoum, in the middle of a civil war. That's just not okay. It's not okay for Kizza Besigye to be abducted in the middle of the city. That's not okay. It's not okay for us to deport Kurds from Turkey who work for a national liberation organization, who have come to secure us under the expert on law, on international law, the right to go to another safe haven, not to be abducted. It's not okay. It's not okay for the president to say that he's going to he's a co-architect of a new world order. That's not okay, because we're a small country in the eastern seaboard of Africa, and we cannot be co-architects of a new world order right now. We can be co-architects of the new world order if we bring East Africa together, if we break down the boundaries, and we create a common home with about 300 million people on the eastern seaboard of Africa. We can stand up and say, we are co-architects. West Africa can do the same. North Africa can do the same. And Kwame Nkrumah's call that Africa was not born in me. I think you're from West Africa. So the greatest leader we had came from West Africa. Actually, the two greatest leaders, and one from the DRC. So I think that when he says that Africa was, I was born in Africa, but Africa was born in me, is that we have a spiritual and intellectual and moral connection to the whole continent because of our exploitation by the world order. So I'll give you a simple example. They made the UN. They made the World Bank. They made all kinds of institutions in this world, and we were not there. We were still fighting against colonialism. We did not participate in anything. So when we got independence, all of us went to fait accompli. We were told, sit here in the UN, press this button, but the system had already been made up. You know, the League of Nations failed Ethiopia. You guys are too young to remember this history. We were taught history. The League of Nations failed Ethiopia when Italy invaded them, right?
Yes.
What is it that makes the United Nations and the security institutions in the world and the International Monetary Fund and the World Bank Africa friendly? No,
it's nothing.
Nothing. So what kind of leaders do we want so that we can, because part of our poverty and our helplessness comes from a rigged economic system.
So Hashim, sorry, if that is the case, then why should it matter whether Kenya is a non-major, non-NATO ally, brother, sister, cousin? What should it matter if what you're saying is...
you are the diplomat. You are the diplomat.
If that's the case, they don't take into consideration what happens on this side of the pond.
Yes.
Why should it matter if you're a non-voting, non-veto power ally of this group in the first place?
Exactly. Burkina Faso is showing us what to do. And the Sahel Union. We have to go and touch the moral wires of our societies and the real steak and potatoes of our communities. We have to transform our societies. We're in the 21st century. We've got to get rid of a lot of baggage. I don't say we get rid of our cultures, because our cultures are ancient and they're very beautiful. China has created a political system that they see fit for China. You may agree with it, you might not disagree with it, but they developed the economy and they lifted 600 million people out of poverty. It just makes me gasp. Leadership was being shown by Deng Xiaoping. Leadership. We have politicians in this country who come to the State House. So Professor stayed on some containers of ethnicity. And what they do is they just are corrupt. The president gave 1.2 billion shillings to build a church in the State House. There is no country in the world where president does that would not have been arrested by the prosecutor. Does he get 1.2 billion? From selling chicken?
Apparently.
we have to be fierce about our country. We have to be really fierce about it. Otherwise, we will not have a country. Sudan is the first independent black nation, not Ghana. 1958. It had universities when we didn't have it. It was trading with the rest of the world when we didn't have through the Red Sea. They had a whole culture and a civilization. What destroyed it? Military rule. Because the military rule did not know when to go inside, fix it, and go back to the camp, like maybe Rawlings did. Though I don't agree with much of what he did. And we have also...
Rawlings shot people in the square.
In the square, yeah.
Yes, he did.
But you know what? Those people, they were taking money from baby feed from kids,
Yes,
people
true.
did not have diapers because they were sending the money to Swiss accounts. Don't you think people like that need to get shot?
As they did, and Ghana turned around.
Ghana is now different.
Yeah.
The election was won by the last village, the last constituency, and by a few votes. And the Electoral Commission counted it. And when the guy said it was won, the whole country said, yes, he won.
Is that what it's going to take, Professor? Because we've seen what good governance looks like, and it's probably sitting right in front of me. We've seen what it looks like and what it can actually achieve. And here we are as nations wanting to be part of bigger blocks. Look at what's happening in East Africa at the moment. Look at what's happening where maybe Tanzania wants to be part of SADC and doesn't want to be part of the EAC. But can you then have nations to be part of bigger blocks with a particular agenda if you have not gotten your ducks in a row, if you've not gotten your things in order? And then if you haven't, how can you? Because we need to just take a look at what's happening at the moment, where there are certain things that are just not working, right? I mean, it sounds as though we're the proverbial lamentators, but unfortunately, you talk about what you see, isn't it? That, the health system is in a shambles.
Yep.
It is. That's the truth. That we're going into the third term in about 2 weeks now for school, and we still got 7,000 shillings that we've not paid in capitation to students around the country. We read a story today, heartbreaking. 21 women in childbirth will die. 10 of those 21 will die because of postpartum hemorrhage. And we don't have the tools to test the overflow of bleeding. Why don't we have the tools? Because we don't have the money. But in the same breath, a helicopter was hired for 2 million shillings, Okari?
Yes, 2 million shillings.
To go to Voi.
Ferry a CS
to Voi. Not the president. It may not even that's excusable. But to ferry a CS to Voi. Here, if you open your eyes maybe wide enough, you can see Voi. But how then do we say work out the governance to then have these conversations? Can you really have external conversations when insular issues are not being worked out?
I was just thinking, if I had, some power in the country, I would ask the CS to take the SGR to Voi.
Gets there.
Very easy and comfortable.
30 minutes.
And we can concede them first class, which is 3,000 something shillings. So we are really talking about systemic breakdown of our institutions, and it is mostly man-made. Now I'll say man-made because there are many women doing that. Just like what you said about the institutions of the West not having accommodated African people. Again, these institutions of our countries, have been damaged, so that whether it's the economic system, whether it is the political system, whether it is whatever system. So we have shells of countries, but these shells somehow privilege, particularly the political people. So it is not easy for them to concede that they should operate within a larger unit in a meaningful sense, because they want to keep their small places so that they can, continue doing the corruption thing, being, the lords of these small places. Now, if one looks at East Africa, for example, it is like they said somewhere, particularly the former East African community, the three countries, it's like they said somewhere and said, we shall abduct our citizens, we shall terrorize the young people, we shall steal the elections, it's like there is some place where they sit and do that kind of stuff. Not what, like when I was growing up, and I'm still growing up, I would imagine.
Sure.
But in primary school, we used the same money for all the countries. There was those big notes, and we didn't have to, when you were crossing a border, you didn't have to, like any paper, because, and that was long ago. So normally people improve, they don't regress. But, we are regressing. But, having said that, you talked about lamentation. We shouldn't continue just lamenting, and lamenting. And unfortunately, when once in a while a group comes to tell us that we have to change course because what we are doing is perilous, it's going to harm us, there is a lot of resistance from, again, the powers that be. And then you get, like, when now these systems are challenged, you get now this business of PR, like what you said earlier. You get some empowerment, programs where, our mothers go, they stay the whole day, they don't, work in the garden, and they get 64 shillings. The border guys. And actually, many of those people, the border young people, those bikes are not theirs. They are for the teacher, they are for the business person in the rural area, they are for people who are working in Nairobi or whatever other city. So even in that area, one doesn't look for something that is sustainable, like really saying, what can we do to cause a national youth martial empowerment plan, something real, so that people can get jobs, so that there can be social entrepreneurship, there can be things like that. And therefore, we really have to, if I can use this word, force the political class to accept to sit down with the citizenry, so that we can ask, how do we go forward? What is the best way for us to enjoy the country together, so that it isn't a preserve of just one group?
Then in that case, Prof, are you in support of what Raila Odinga was suggesting? Have an intergenerational conclave and have these conversations?
Why didn't he suggest it before the Gen Zs, came to the picture? And there's been BBI. There's been NADCO more recently. And usually, if you look at those reports, there are reports, and there are many pages, and they are very wordy. But the bottom line is, why don't we have a prime minister, a deputy prime minister, two deputy prime ministers, leader of opposition? And it is not in the way that Ahmed was saying to really restructure power, but simply to accommodate the different ethnicities, so that all of them are at the eating table.
At the eating table.
I mean, Hashi, I just want to digress a bit to something that you pointed out when you're describing Ethiopia. And just recently, and I think we still do, the trade tiff between Kenya and Tanzania. And looking at, back up a bit to the history, not just Samia Suluhu, this has happened many, many times. And we had a discussion here about why do we keep having this push and pull between Kenya and Tanzania? Are we so fragmented that unity is an illusion, not just within this region? Because this reverberates to now what we are discussing, Kenya-US relations. It's Kenya-China. To the extent that, and I'll borrow Lee from a conversation I had with someone over the weekend. And this is somebody who has a very huge turnover business-wise. And she was telling me, interestingly, as we are busy politicking, it is impossible. I mean, it's very possible for you to go to China, do importation. The structures are so opened. You can go to Vietnam and do business. You can go to so many other countries, do business. But if you want to take something from Kenya to Nigeria, for example, or Ghana, you have to go through South Africa. We've locked ourselves, even in terms of how you move from one country to another, all those restrictions. Yet we still have ECOWAS, we still have AU, we still have ESC, we talk about SADC, we talk about all these things. Is it an illusion?
It's not only an illusion, it is an illusion wrapped up in an enigma. For me to go to West Africa, I have to go to Dubai.
Mm-hmm.
It's outrageous. I think that we need to just wake up because there is a group, a political class in each of our countries that serve the interests of the metropole. I mean, I can't find any other explanation to this. So what we need is a popular, national, regional political class that is more interested in lifting their countries up than serving imperial masters. Because I can't take a direct flight from here to Nyamweya in Chad, where some of my community is, and I have to go through Dubai, then stop in Nigeria, and then take a truck and go to Nyamweya. That's neo-imperialism. There's no other word for it. The great Frantz Fanon said that the native doesn't want his freedom. He wants the settler's farm, and preferably his blonde wife. Very pithy understanding of what was coming to this continent. So I believe that the reason why there is a total uprising in every country in Africa, and I predicted this on TV, Ivory Coast, there's massive demonstration against Wolasen Ouattara. He's married to a blonde French woman. I don't mean to impugn him, but I'm just using that as Fanon's context. We have 30-year-olds overthrowing governments in the entire Sahel. Because in Burkina Faso, people were so poor they didn't have a choice. It was just a disaster. Right now, they have one of the biggest cancer hospitals in West Africa. He just gave out over 500 tractors for women to go and lima their shamba. Corruption has come to an end, literally speaking. So we have to have people who have consciousness to say we're not going to allow for the rape of Africa. Today in Niger, I think it's in this newspaper, there was a meteorite that fell from Mars. We used to fashion those things even in the Makkah, in the Muslim faith, the inside, when you go around the Makkah. The stone, as we believe, is from heaven. But it came down as a meteorite. It's in there. So they sold it for $5 million at Sotheby's in New York. Someone just went, picked it up, put it on a truck. And what were the authorities doing there? What are the people doing there? So I think we ought to end this absolute rape of our continent by foreign interests first and by local interests. And when we do that, then we will be able to achieve the things that we want: free healthcare, free education for the children to have a chance. Exploitation is connected. It's not national. It's all connected. So we nearly had a popular national revolution the other day by children under 25. We were going to go the Bangladeshi way. But they stopped. Or they were stopped by bullets. And they didn't want to cross that Rubicon. They want to wait for an election. They want to wait for an election. And the entire political class is going to be thrown out of power. The question that we have about the Gen Zs is whether they're going to create an institution of a political party, and they're going to get people of moral persuasion who have struggled for this country to try and drive them and tell them this is the places where you should jump, but they should hold the leadership. We need change in this country. We don't care how it comes, but we need change. I, for one, want a popular election in this country, because I feel that is for the good of the country. But if this regime or this system continues in this way, these kids will overthrow everybody and take power by force. It's happened everywhere.
But those same kids have been told, look, we are going to steal the election. We're going to stuff the ballot boxes.
I don't think you would dare do that.
You don't think
so? First of all, the polling station...
It's not been said once. It's not been said twice or
Professor
thrice.
Kivuda, my senior and my teacher, will tell you in 1 second that everything is being counted at the polling station. I think that's the law, if I'm not mistaken. They will be there at the polling station protecting their vote. You'll start seeing on Twitter, protect the vote. We are playing with fire. We need to accept this transformation peacefully. We need to accept it very clearly. We need to let it come, and we need it to come in a very peaceful way. Because there's something called the Annales School. There's a guy who's written about something called in French the longue durée, a period in which the rings of history meet. He's called Fernand Braudel, a French philosopher. The rings of history have met in Kenya because those governments before didn't want to do anything. My group and Mr. Kivuda's group, we brought the constitution, we brought devolution. We fought for those things. Mr. Kivuda here, the governor here, fought very much for the constitution, so did I. But he did more than I did. Because he was with this generation, him and Gitobwe Manyara, Raila Odinga, all those are the people who fought the second liberation to bring this constitution. These kids have weaponized this constitution. It means something to them. It's living. It's not something that the elite pact had made because they were afraid of being arrested by whoever went into power. That was a major drive for creating this constitution. But these kids believe that this is their gift. And then they got a prosperous time with Mr. Kibaki, who was not a good politician, but if you had given him at independence the reins of power, this country would have been completely transformed. We would not be talking here right now.
Which brings me to the question that you look at the youth and the change that they want and the demands that they have. But then again, you look at a government and a system that says, first of all, let's get into a conclave. Or if that's not working, I'm going to take you to State House 5,000. Let's give you bikes and tanks and everything. One would argue, instead of tanks, why don't you just bring us piped water? That's a conversation for another day, Prof. So if you look at what is happening right now, is the current political class ready for the change that is coming?
No. It's like Marie Antoinette when she was told that the people are complaining because there is no food. And then she said, what about cake? There's no bread. What about cake? Sometimes, because I've been a politician before, we live in a fool's paradise. And sometimes you don't see loss coming. Even when, you are going to lose an election. Sometimes even your spouse doesn't tell you, if she does or he does, you don't believe it because you will always win. But having said that, our politicians, are very cunning. Because when they see danger, and sometimes they're advised by NIS that there is looming danger, they have a tendency of coming together so that, people you thought are rivals cease being rivals and they are working together. If actually one examines carefully, our main political players, at one time or another, they have worked together in the same group. And, they separate and then they come together and it's musical chairs. So they have also an instinct of survival. But even with that instinct, you can only survive for so long. Like now, this idea of let us even assume the young people went to State House were 10,000, 15,000, 20,000. There are 14 million, young people between 18 and 35. So how are you going to give them border and to give them all those kinds of things, that they were, kind of being given. And sometimes you hear people are told you'll get this, but go home, then it will be brought, and it is never brought. It's a sure thing. But I detect this feeling that the system has decided that somehow they have to try to engage these young people. But I don't think that the young people are going to feel them. I think they want some kind of conversation with them. I don't know. Maybe even the National Youth Council elections, maybe somewhere down the road and stuff like that. But I think the political people have done, enough trouble against these young people so that the young people are just saying, well, we'll wait. We'll wait. We are younger than you. We will survive you, even as you kill some of us. What I don't.
Sorry, please go ahead.
Yes. What I don't. What I don't know is, in elections, like we are going to have 23 by-elections, and in these by-elections, I think you will have a lot of jostling because it's like. Not quite like the little general elections of 1969, but it's going to be used, for somebody to say, look, I have won, and therefore in 2027, I will win. I think that we will see a lot of a lot of jostling and stuff like that. And so, even for the young people, to get IDs, to be able to get the voters card, to be able to really organize so that the energies of June 2025 and 2024, 2025, Sabasaba, if those energies are honest, then we will be talking about another story. But if they are scattered,
that's the problem.
That will be a problem.
Do politicians know, and this is across board, doesn't matter, or people in leadership, are you aware at some point that perhaps there is dissatisfaction from the people that you lead and then decide to do something about it? Perhaps I'm asking the wrong person, because you at one point felt that and you said, okay, fine, if there's a problem, let's dismantle the whole thing and go back to the ballot. Let's say let's go again and choose it. You in Makweni, you said, okay, all MCAs, even myself, let's go back to the ballot. And let's say if this is not working right now, let the people say what they want. Well, the people said again that they wanted you to come back, and then you were able to work through. But you felt something, and you heard there was dissent, there was dissatisfaction. I'm not saying that all individuals are the same, but does leadership at some point feel, okay, guys, this is not working, let us go back to the drawing board? And if so, why is it so difficult then to get that done? Because it does seem that, unfortunately, there's so many balls up in the air, and some of them are losing air.
I think like where we are here now in the Situation Room, I would imagine you always want to make the best of your programs, and you therefore intentionally will say to yourself what is working well, what is not working well, and what can we do. There is competition out there, there is expectation, and all that. But our politicians, and I was there, and Hamid has said about the entire continent. It's like people go into position without really knowing what they want to do, particularly for the people. It's like, I'm going there is money, I'm going to make money, I'm going to be rich, I will use the money to get elected again. And so it's really a tragedy. But I'm not saying that it's everybody who is of that mind. But sometimes when they realize that you really want to do things to be of service to the people, you are an enemy to those who think that that is not what should be done. And they try to get you out, they smoke you out, and they use all sorts of things. So that's why I think the young people, going back to the young people, are really saying that this has to change. If you want a job as a politician, it's like if you're in the private sector, I mean, you have to do the job. If you don't, you get fired. But here, people say, I have 5 years, nothing will happen. Even I can't accept recall and stuff like that. So I think it's really having a new mindset, so that you're asking for a job. You don't have to be paid, like 1 million shillings when somebody else is being paid, 5,000 shillings in your country. So that you have the conscience to see that is wrong. So I think, what is kind of in gestation in our country is a new thinking that you must be in politics to serve, and it's a job like any other job. And therefore, if you don't do right, there will be repercussions.
I think I'm running for a seat in Langata to go to the National Assembly, and the reason I'm doing that is I could earn more money in the private sector. I earn more money in the private sector than the salary that I would get there. So the reason I'm running is the biggest problem we have in this country is the National Assembly. It's not the executive. We know about this imperial presidency and all these things, but the National Assembly is at the heart of the government. It is where our laws are made. It is the talisman where we can change the direction of the ship of state. And what has happened in the political parties in this country is that these so-called leaders have put a list, and in each constituency they have put the person that they want. And then they give them their ticket. I was the spokesman for the Orange Democratic Movement and the chief strategist for the Pentagon. They give them the vote, and you get people like, what's that MP for Kapkater? Sudi.
Kapsaret.
Yeah.
I'm sorry, I pronounced it wrongly. So the reason why he's there is because he's a hatchet man. President tells him, go do that. You know?
Why he's a member of parliament? He was voted in by the people of Kapsaret.
Because they went and played the big ethnic card. When William Ruto goes to Kapsaret and says, "Huyu ndio muti yangu," he'll get the vote. Because there's inter-ethnic competition at the top. So we have to give the ethnic leader all the arms. You know, William Ruto has never ever voted for anything progressive in his entire political life. You know that, right? He even opposed the constitution of Kenya. He opposed it.
He did. He voted no.
He voted no.
The referendum.
Yeah, everybody was around when that happened. I'm not saying anything egregious. Am I saying anything egregious?
No.
I'm saying things in the public record, right? Right?
Yes.
So I believe firmly that it's very important for us to be fierce about our country, because if we don't have any other power. I'm not going to run to another country today. Neither should you. Neither should we face any civil conflict because of the rights of the people. That's not right. For us to be held by the din of a rifle, said if you don't stay in your place and follow that, we're all going to burn. That's why the president keeps saying, "Munataka kuchoma nchi." That's the mentality behind it. Is that 1984, George Orwell's book, should be required reading in school.
It should.
And that is exactly what is happening. It is Orwellian. Secondly, I think that I'm a firm believer in constitutional government. From the bottom of my heart, I believe in it. Because if you don't have a constitutional system of government and laws, then sooner or later someone's going to abuse the state and there'll be no responsibility.
And you'll be doing another George Orwell book.
Exactly. And then you'll have the 2-minute scream of Watson. Now, what we want is to have a National Assembly that works. That is really important. And we used to have it during the time of 212 MPs. Who's who of the political class that were on the floor over the most fundamental issues of this question and would sway the public opinion for us to go. And now it's only the president speaking. And the standard of the level of the people in the National Assembly is shocking. People could not swear in English or in Kiswahili. This country has got some of the most educated
to swear in their mother tongue.
You see, this country has some of the most educated people on the continent. But what we want is a moral and ethical transformation in this country.
And that's what's going to lead us. If anything, it's good for us to put these ideas out there. That's why we have these conversations. And I want to thank you both for being here with us this morning. Ahmed Hashi is a foreign policy expert as well as former government of Makueni County, Professor Kivuza Kibwana. Thank you both for being here.
Thank you so much. It's a lot of fun. Thank you.
Asante sana. Good morning. 2 minutes past 8. Nancy Gathungu also shows that out of 11.12 billion Kenya shillings allocated to counties for scholarships and bursaries, only 9.8 billion shillings was spent, leaving an unspent balance of 1.3 billion Kenya shillings. According to the report, the 7 affected counties with bursary irregularities include Nakuru County with 382.9 million, Nairobi County with 301.4 million, and Kakamega County with 128.9 million Kenya shillings. Others are Garissa, which has issues amounting to 5.3 million, Taita Taveta and Isiolo County with irregularities amounting to 24 million Kenya shillings. ODM has convened a crucial National Delegates Convention that will define the party's 2027 political direction and likely the political future of Secretary General
Edwin Sifuna. ODM announced last month that it would hold its NDC in October to, among others, elect national officials. However, with Sifuna appearing to chart a different political course, the upcoming meeting could be used to axe him from the party's apex. There has been mounting disquiet in ODM over Sifuna's increasingly combative stance, especially his opposition to the political deal with President Ruto. Sifuna, a vocal and visible face of ODM, has recently clashed with senior figures, including members of Raila Odinga's inner circle.
Nimekuwa Kitale, sehemu inaitwa Saboti. Saboti wanaongea lugha ambayo mnaongea hii, wanasema ni one time Saboti. Nimekuwa Kabuchai, Bungoma, wanazungumza lugha ambayo mnazungumza hapa, wanasema ni one time. Nimekuwa Bumula, mheshimiwa, na tarehe 31 tutakuwa na kikosi chetu wapi? Busia, tunataka pia wasikie. Na Kisii, mnasemaje? Haya, alamu wanaenda kusema Kisifuna ni amesema sinyewe.
Mathematics has reclaimed its place as a compulsory subject in the senior school curriculum after the Ministry of Education unveiled a revised framework for the competency-based curriculum. Principal Secretary for Basic Education Julius Bitok said the changes, which expand the number of subjects from 7 to 10, come with new rules on compulsory and elective learning areas. Bitok detailed the new structure, saying that learners will now take 7 examinable subjects, 4 compulsory and 3 elective. The compulsory list comprises English, Kiswahili or Kenyan Sign Language for learners with hearing disabilities, mathematics and community service learning. Under the revised arrangement, students in the science, technology, engineering and mathematics, that is STEM pathway, will study core mathematics, while those in other 2 pathways, arts and sports science and social sciences, will take essential mathematics. Learners outside the STEM track who wish to study core mathematics may be allowed to do so, subject to their junior school assessment results. And finally, households in Kenya are surviving on loans, with 1 in every 6 unable to repay, while 30% borrow from Peter to pay Paul as the tough economy bites. The disturbing statistics contained in the FinAccess Household Survey come in the backdrop of another study by the Food Security and Nutrition Working Group for Eastern Central Africa region that shows many families can hardly afford 3 square meals. That's the News Wire. I'm Leah Ubaga.
.5 Spice FM, Kisumu.
If we just gloss over issues and hope that time heals, then we might find that in generations to come, we might be back at the same situation. And the whole thing is born of stolen elections.
Spice.
That conversation has to die. Our politicians do not like the hard stuff. We must insist on the path of doing things right, whether popular or unpopular.
Money changes hands. That is a fact. If you have political goodwill at the highest top, like in Rwanda, then corruption will be an issue of the past. If you don't have political goodwill at the top, we will pass laws, we will amend laws, we will continue passing laws and re-amending laws, and nothing will happen.
This is the Situation Room, the only way to start your day.
Mature, intelligent talk every morning. Spice up yourself. Mornings done right. 94.4 Spice FM, Nairobi.
It's 8 minutes after 8 o'clock, and this is the third hour of Kenya's biggest conversation. This 11th of August, the Situation Room. Dennis and Dennis with you, our audience on KTN and our audiences on all our live streams on YouTube, Facebook, and on X, regional radio around the country, the region, and indeed the world. We talk because we must, and putting out ideas that people will ride on into the future. Karibu sana, and getting into conversations this hour. But before we do that, there is a conference happening on the other side of the country, in the western part of the country, but we can connect to that because we are here
Yes, you can connect, and that's the plug I want to give you. Between now and end of this month, that is the 31st of August 2025 to be specific, and this offer is very valid to new customers. So you want to get connected with Safaricom Home Fiber Internet Connection, you can easily do that, and I'm going to give you the plug. Now the plug is you can get double the speeds for 25% discount on any plan that you choose to pick, whether it's bronze, silver, gold and diamond plans. This package, obviously, they come with a free router and free installation in any part of this country. All you simply need to do is go to your phone, then dial star 400 hash, or visit my Safaricom app to get connected today. And this is for those who want to enjoy reliable, fast internet speed. So whether you are watching movies, and because we've said July decided to marry August, so over the weekend you want to stay indoors. It's super cold. Over the weekend I was in Kiambu area and it was so super cold. But driving in my car, enjoying my internet and listening to music, I mean, it was so therapeutic. And so whether you want to do gaming, whether you want to do your studies, or you're one of those coaches who do online working, you want high-speed web browsing, this is for you. So the offer, like I said, between now and the end of August, for all new customers, you get all these goodies. Safaricom, feels good to be home.
Absolutely. And at that point, I asked you, do you know what keeps a lot of people up at night? The idea that everything that you've built, everything that you've worked for over years could actually go down the drain and it could be lost. So whether it's through somebody gave you poor advice or the market just decided to take a dip, you're not quite sure what happened. But that's why wealth preservation and risk management are key pillars at Standard Chartered Priority Banking. Expert teams don't just guide you, they protect your assets from those things that keep you up at night, right? Economic shocks, unexpected risks, market fluctuations. Add to that their specialized investment advice and portfolio management, and you've got a recipe for building sustainable long-term wealth. And for those who often feel overwhelmed by endless options, from real estate to international investments, you can get expert help to optimize decision making. So it's not just about growing wealth, it's about growing it wisely and with clarity. Your path to smart, protected and informed wealth starts with one email. And I want you to use it today, wealth.ke@sc.com. Because now, not tomorrow, now is your time. All right. And speaking of times and where we are today, the 12th of August will mark day one of the Devolution Conference that takes place every year. And it's done so a few years into devolution. We saw that happening. Now, we get into a conversation this hour when we look at the state of devolution and whether we're looking at success stories or stalled promises. The former governor of Kiambu County is Dr. James Nyoro. He joins us again in the Situation Room. Good morning.
Morning to you, and happy to be here.
Happy to have you. Thank you so much. And Deputy Governor from Machakos County is Francis Mwangangi. He's here as well. Good morning, DG.
Good morning. And thank you for the invite.
Thank you for honoring it. And we must say thank you to both of you for seeing the same designer before you came, because you are twinning in different colors, albeit, but you look good. Karibu sana.
I think this is Spice uniform.
It must be something. We're glad that you made it. So let's give you a little bit of work to do in terms of interpretation. Dennis is in a different country this week. He'll tell you what that is. We'd love to hear interpretation of the proverb.
So today we are in Botswana, and it is a beautiful country, especially when you talk about its democracy. It's considered to be Africa's success story since 1966 with regard to its democracy. But then again, you look at its people, especially the Bushmen, who are known as the San people, and they are the indigenous hunters and gatherers with a rich cultural heritage. One would look at it and say perhaps close to our Maasai in the country and how they have preserved their culture. But then again, if you want to enjoy some heat, you go to the Kalahari Desert. If you will survive it, that's a different story. But let's go to our proverb today. If the cattle die, the people die. If the cattle die, the people die. Deputy Governor, which one goes first? Let me start with Machakos Deputy Governor. How would you interpret that?
If the cow dies, the people dies.
Yes.
That African saying
I will equate it with another one from my place that they say if they lack leadership, they will take very bad water. The meaning, if we lack leadership at family level, at whichever level, then we are likely to suffer. Yes, whether it is at country's level, it is at ward level, it is at family level, it is at church level, leadership is crucial. Even we have seen organizations, you see under certain leadership they prosper, under others they did. Yes, that's my little interpretation of if a cow dies.
But you said it's also in Kamba.
Yeah, how would you say it in Kamba?
The one I've said.
Yes.
Sia ndongo inyuzwa mulwe. Sia ndongo inyuzwa mulwe.
Yeah. Nyoro, how would you rate it?
You know,
when
I know why you're looking at me.
When he says it in Kamba, it's also like Kikuyu. And you know, in Kikuyu it says that you see the sheep.
Yes.
When the sheep are walking, there is one that is leading it.
Yeah.
But if the leader is lame or is weak, the rest of the group will end up not getting to the grazing land. In Kikuyu, you say, but I think specifically on this, and Botswana is such an interesting country because besides what you have said, Botswana Meat Commission is one of the best. They are livestock keepers, and they came here and studied our KMC. Went, established a better meat commission that people from Kenya, people from KMC, normally MCAs normally go there to benchmark. On it. So for me, it means a lifeline. If you lose your lifeline, the entire community or leadership is dead. That is, to me, the interpretation of that.
Well put.
Indeed. All right. Let's get into it. Kenya's system of devolution officially began in 2013. This was 3 years after the promulgation of the Constitution in 2010. And it implemented 47 county governments. They were established following the March 13th general election of that year. So, Kenya has been in 12 years of devolution from then until now. And what this essentially has done, in addition to decentralizing power, has also seen that development took place in a lot more areas that were then hard to reach from the central government of Nairobi. And that this meant that more people would then be able to leave the city and look at a decongestion of what would be the capital and take them to parts of the country where they could work for the government and get things done. We then also saw the decentralization of funding, so that from what would be what we now haggle over for every now and then in terms of equitable share, that counties then would get funds to then develop their counties. And then they were also able to get other funds from what they would charge in terms of revenue at the county level. So this is the idea of devolution, and that we've seen county bosses with their deputies then be able to lead a particular region and then say, how can we develop it here and make sure that governance is actually working and that development is happening at the same time. Having said that, one would like to be able to look at it as we normally do when the devolution conference comes to play. Take a stock of what has been happening with devolution. Many have said that it was the biggest mistake that we could have ever made, because what it did is that it then decentralized corruption. And we then took corruption from here and we put it in 47 smaller places. Others said it's the best thing that could have happened since sliced bread, because people who would not have ordinarily gotten work to do got it. So at the devolution conference, you do stock taking and you send, these are our plans for the future and this is what we would like to achieve. from both of you, and we can start off with you, Dr. Nyoro. Let's take stock of the evolution over the last 12 years, and let's look into it and say what has been achieved, and are we on the right path?
Thank you very much. I think we need to pause and look at the 2010 Constitution and why it is what it is today. 2010 Constitution was too much of push of people like Dr. Professor Kibuta Kibwana was here, and those young Turks that time, activists who felt that the dictatorship that was existing in the country then was too much. And you can, as you know, if you want, you can call the 2010 Constitution an activist constitution. It was a constitution that was expected to change from what was that time, moving into the future. And therefore, on those bases, what had been observed was that too much concentration was in Nairobi in terms of resource allocation, in terms of power, and in terms of even lack of community participation. And on that basis, the push for devolution came in. Remember, there was Majibo in 1963, which did not work. So the push for constitution for devolution in the Constitution 2010 was such that it was intended to do good, to cover some of the ills that were there before 2010. And therefore the intentions were good. Now, if you start from there, then you can start to see issues of regional inequality were addressed. There were places in this country that did not see even an inch of tarmac or electricity and whatever. So from where I see it, I see the intentions were good. And like many things that we do in this country, the intentions and what you actually achieve are two different things. I have to say that having been in county government for 2.5 years as deputy governor and 2.5 years as governor, you see some changes. And the best demonstration of those changes was during the COVID. If indeed we were not devolved, COVID would have wiped us. But the devolution, what devolution did, and we did 8 summits. I think probably we have done more summits we did more summits in COVID than before. And a summit is where the president sits, with his government and meets the county governments. We worked out modalities of how to overcome COVID, how to develop COVID centers, and so on. So for me, in short, is to say that yes, it's a mixed bag. It is a blessing in many ways. If you look at what has actually happened, including rural areas that have just grown, places like Bugomba, you would go there and you not even get accommodation. Today, if you go there, you find probably 10 hotels have come in because there are resources within the county. The same with counties like Meru. So you will see some positive results. Yeah. But what we need probably to do, and we need to be more empirical, is when we say we devolved corruption, what we need to do is to look at per capita corruption in the national government as compared to the per capita corruption in all the counties put together. We need to do that because, President Uhuru Kenyatta, the 4th president of this country, said we lose 2 billion per year. Maybe that's national. Per day. Yes. Per day. So that's national. So what we need to do to be more empirical is to look at how much we are losing from the counties. But the intentions were good. There's a difference between the intentions and the actions.
DG, if you were to give an outlook on what devolution has done, looking from the point of a deputy governor, but then also being able to see how things have changed per county, what would you say?
A lot has happened. Devolution is the best gift that this country has. From a global perspective, I do not know any specific country on earth today that can be classified as developing or developed and has no any form of decentralization, what in this country we are calling devolution. devolution is the way. Today, at the countryside, you can see a lot of transformation that is happening there. And I think part of the reasons when the history of this country is written is that the third president of the Republic of Kenya, the late Emilio Mwai came in, and even before the realization of the 2010 constitution, he started devolution, a way of decentralization, and this opened up this country. Why? Because that is the shortest, that is the quickest way to transform a country, to transform a region. Look at, when you look back at what happened even before the enactment of the 2010 constitution, the third president devolved literally almost everything. Like if it is roads, we had funds for roads in each of the then 210 constituencies. Electricity money was devolved to constituency level. It is then that also women enterprise fund was also came to effect, youth fund, and this went straight to the constituency level, making sure that there is even and equal distribution of resources. Something else that the 2010 constitution has done, and it is wonderful, is to devolve decision making. Today we have regional assemblies, the county assemblies, which legislate, which oversight, which also represent people at the very lower level of the pyramid. So I think devolution is the way, and it's the best thing that happened to this country. Now, to the issue of corruption.
Ukiona mtu ameanza kujibu swali la kicheko.
It's a problem. I think this country is maybe we need to make a decision as a country whether to continue with it or to stop it. If it stops at the top, it will be nowhere down any level of leadership.
Is this you admitting that there's corruption?
Once in a while, we have seen people in court. We have seen others being convicted. That means it is there. But whose responsibility it is to stop these fights? It is almost all of us. Mwangangi and Dennis, Okal, everyone. We have that responsibility. But we have a constitutional mandate of certain institutions which are publicly financed. Although successive governments, we have seen they are never serious with the fighting of these fights, because look at the allocation to those agencies. Look at the interference, political interference. You can't tell me today some leaders in this country have they have magic in looking for money. Within less than 1 month, a single particular leader can donate in Arambes to a tune of over 200 million, and you tell me he or she is doing business. That's corruption.
Which brings me to the next aspect of this entire conversation. Dr. Nyoro, you look at devolution and its structure, and it needs political goodwill. What do I mean with that? Because even as we speak today, monies that are destined to go to the counties come from the national government. It has, but you look at how these monies get to the counties, they are delayed. They get there late. Services in the counties get to a point that they are almost stalling, that people have to literally beg for these monies to be released. And you look at a situation where governors themselves, some have been summoned to the House on the Hill, State House, to have a discussion with the president, just so it is seemed as, especially those governors we've seen in this government who are seen to be dissenters of the government. And one asks the question, how would devolution work if there is no political goodwill, and how does that then affect services being offered by the counties?
It's a very, very critical issue. First of all, I think we have to say that the third president was really very pragmatic to accept, or rather to implement devolution. He didn't implement devolution. Devolution was implemented from 2013 by the Uhuru government, and we have to say that it was very pragmatic to ensure that the 15% of the national resources are going towards devolution, because it's diluting from the center. But having said that, because it is a constitution, there are some instances in the world where devolution or decentralization or federation was started but failed, even within the African countries. So I think the first thing is to say that it was good to implement that part of the constitution. The problem was that when the implementation was starting in 2013, the proportion of the foreign debt or the debt, national debt, was not as high, and therefore devolving 178 billion shillings, which is what happened in 2013, was not that difficult. Over time, you have seen how the national debt has come from 3 trillion to whatever it is 11. Today, okay? And it has become increasingly difficult because even when we were serving in the counties, we would wait, because it is mandatory that money is released every 15th of the month. And therefore you expect that the money will be released at that point to be disbursed. But you go for 3 months without receiving that money, because you are told the first priority is payment of national debt. The second priority is probably to pay schools or capitation or whatever. And the third priority or the fourth priority would be sending money to the county. Okay. And those counties have their own physical budget and requirements. So it has become increasingly difficult that when the national government fights itself in a situation where it is in a financial crisis, the first culprit, the first person to suffer is the counties. And there has been delays in disbursement of funds going forward. It is very important for the national government to have political goodwill in devolution. If there is no political goodwill, either in terms of disbursement of those resources or even in terms of coordination, and we will come to that to show there is no coordination between the county governments and the national governments, even in including some of the key areas which has been devolved, like health and agriculture, and we can amplify that. So it is important that there is a separation and a requirement, and that is why a lot of people have said, why don't you remove Treasury from the responsibility of the national government so that Treasury is independent? Then by law, Treasury will be required to be sending the money to the counties at the time that is required. But if it is the situation as it is today, if you lack goodwill in terms of the national government, then there will be problems of dispersing the money, and subsequently then you can even kill devolution going forward. And if you've probably seen the former Prime Minister, Honorable Raila Odinga, being very, very pragmatic, because he was there during the formation of the 2010 Constitution, and he has said, let's push more money. Right now he's promising 450 billion. Let's push more money. So you have some people who are pushing, but if you lack goodwill from the center, then you kill devolution, whether good or bad.
I mean, let's unpack something here. Corruption. Let's go back to corruption, because I'm looking at a report here, financial year 2022-2023, and there's so many reports, because we are still talking about, resource allocation from a centralized government system now to the devolved units that we have. So 1 billion was spent on foreign trips by county officials that year. So if I'm to look at the key counties with the highest spending, we have Nairobi at 188 million. Mombasa 85, Nakuru 87, Kisumu 75. These are millions. Kajiado 72, Kitui 66, Nandi 74, so on and so forth. Now, you look at these figures and the scarce resources then that are moving from Treasury to the counties, and you have 1 billion that is spent on foreign trips. These trips, or rather most of these trips, are listed as study tours, benchmarking tours, or training with no, I would dare say, with no real immediate tangible benefits or reports or the outcomes of these trainings and these benchmarkings coming back to the people. The counter argument to this is, and because you are currently serving as deputy governor and Bonanyoro has been deputy and you are governor, is it then true that a lot of the politics at the county level, that then where we see this money going to, is what many have described? We have county assemblies that have become cartels holding governors by something I don't want to say in English, that if you don't give us this, we will squeeze this part until you give us this money, because this is where we eat from. Are we seeing county top officials and governors held hostage by MCAs in both of your experiences to then continue with the corruption, besides the procurement and the other things that we see? Is this the current trend? Is this what you're saying? And I'll start with you, Dr. Nyoro.
Very interesting question. I think there's also a saying, I don't know, maybe from Nyanza, that says that a fish starts rotting from the head.
Yes.
The essence of this thing is that if you turn that coin around and say, what happens at the national government? I don't know whether you have figures for national. And I'm not saying that the counties should imitate what the county governments are doing, but what the national government is doing. But if you look at what happens, like for instance during budget making process, budget making process is a process by itself. There are two committees that are in charge of budget making within the county assemblies and within the National Assembly. There is the budget committee and the finance committee. There is the budget and appropriation committee, and there is the finance committee. Now, for you, as a county, what you do is that you start coming up with your budget, the draft budget. That draft budget is then tabled. It is agreed first by the budget committee. They go through it. And for that budget to be passed by the budget committee of the county assembly, it has to, some people must go to Arusha. Others must go to places where you don't require a visa to go. It is the same thing that happens in the national government. So it's a culture in this country that those key institutions that are supposed to maintain internal control or exercise internal control are the ones that are actually starting with what you are talking about. So it is true. It is true that, and I can tell you, if you want to succeed as a governor, you have to work with your county assembly. Okay. Of course, we saw the instance of Kivuda Kibwana with Makueni, but I can tell you, and you can do. There is a positive correlation between the relationship between the governor and the county assembly. Now, that relationship is not cheap. It is maintained because they feel they are MPs of their wards. So whatever happens with the MPs is happening with the county. So essentially what we are saying is that what you are reading is actually correct.
So
and
this
it is happening.
So this is not a legislative, this is not legislative. So the relationship between the governor then and the MC as well, like the MPs in the county, is transactional. And like you said, you have to maintain that relationship, but then ensuring that you give them these trips, whatever they're asking for, so that then you maintain that relationship, whatever you want to pass then as governor, or to have a good working environment. You have to have them on your side. Is that what you're saying?
Well, essentially, it gets to the survival of the governor.
Wow.
If you are governor, okay? You can imagine there's timelines in budget preparation, in budget, oversight, and, all the way to getting the budget itself. Now, if the working relations between you and the county assembly is not there will be delays. You get to the point where the year is over and the budget has not been passed. There has been instances in that.
And the delays is because the governor is not
It is both. It is both.
Okay.
I think, first of all, the county assembly, the members must see that the budget aligns to their interests and the interest of their people. In addition to that, that is now the transactional part.
Okay.
So they oversight properly. They make sure that there is water in their ward. They have claimed about ward fund, which is equivalent to CDF. So they will see that it is necessary and they will register it, and they would want to register it properly. But it becomes transactional in one way or the other, because that is what is happening in the rest of the country.
Three things. One, county assemblies are independent, so to say, but not independent financially. Two, the county assemblies have a certain limit which you cannot go. Either maybe you cannot reduce, you cannot surpass. Thirdly, for one to travel from a county, any county in this country, either county assembly or county government, you must be authorized by the national government through the Department of Devolution. So, I don't know, but the aspect of counties in Kenya not being autonomous when it comes to the financial bit, I think, as Dr. Nyolo says, I think that is where sometimes there is this push and pull. But in case of Machakos, for example, I've seen, I can't call it a push for benefits, but I think there's a discussion. You know, before you come up with any project, and Dr. Nyoro will agree with me, you must go to the people. The county governments, although we equate it to national government, there is a law that dictates there has to be a certain engagement, public engagement.
Public participation,
yes.
Right.
And once you are given that project from that particular ward or particular area, it is not that easy to change and start discussing. Obviously, the county government will come up with a proposal that is submitted to the county assembly. Then it is discussed and approved. And during that period, maybe executive can engage the assembly to make sure whatever they got is what is finally passed at the assembly.
But does that happen?
Now, yes, it happens. In Machakos, it happens.
So what we're saying,
and speaking as also one of the leaders of deputy governors in Kenya, we have seen some counties, we have had conflicts because of that aspect. And sometimes it is alleged, it is what Dennis has just read, that because of certain interest somewhere we must do this for us to get this. But so far, it has not happened in Machakos between the executive and the county assembly. That tussle, this must be done to us so that also we do this.
It doesn't happen in Machakos. Do you see that, for example, because you're here as a representative of Machakos County, that do you see that every shilling that is sent to the county is used for what it is supposed to? Because there are county development plans for 5 years. So all of those then go with a budget, and that you still go to the people for public participation. Would you then unequivocally state that every shilling that has been allocated and budgeted for in Machakos County under the auspices of devolution in the county government have gone to those projects?
If I tell you yes, I will be the biggest liar.
Okay.
Because this is a government. It is not a one man or one woman show.
What does that mean? That we don't expect? We can't expect that money that was supposed to be used for a certain thing will actually be used for that thing?
I will tell you for a fact. We have audit reports every year, and they raise certain questions which we address, or others we don't address. We actually seek to take collective measures to correct going forward. When I said this is a government, there are so many people, thousands of people, and among them a lot can happen, good or bad.
So what happens? This is a question. Let's look at the numbers, shall we? Let's look at across the country.
Yes.
In the fiscal year 2023 to 2024, 354.6 billion shillings were sent out to the counties. That is what the budget was. This year, we're seeing the highest number signed by the president for 415 billion shillings to have gone out to the counties. Never has this number since devolution been below 200 billion, hasn't? It has always been above 200 billion that has gone to the counties. Well above. Can we say, really, in the last 12 years, that every shilling that has gone out in terms of equitable share towards counties has been used for the purposes for which they have been budgeted for?
I think to a certain extent, yes. I can give it almost 70%, personally, from where I sit. The rest is what we read, because...
Did you say the rest is what we eat?
We read. No, what we read from audit reports and another related report. Why am I saying this? It's good to be practical and realistic. Where you have many departments, many people, each handling specific task, very many might have very good intentions and adhering to procedures and laws. Others might also decide to do other things. So it's all we need to do is we need to appealing for integrity, for sensitizing people against some of these practices, so that at the end of the day we realize a development that is intended for these resources. Yes,
Dr. I think for me, it would be unfair. I think you're asking an unfair question.
Is it?
Yes, because basically what we are looking at is a society which has values and norms. And what we need to do is to, first of all, look at the Kenyan society, okay, from the top, with its norms, with its expectations, and all of that, and say, what are our values? What are our norms? He mentioned if you contribute 200 million in a week, people clap at you and you are the most famous person. Those are the values of our society. And those values reflect not only at the county level, they will probably also reflect at a lower level, including even sometimes at the household level. So I think, really, the first thing that we need to do is to look at our values and look at our country and ask the same question that you are asking. And, like what I said, because it will be wrong for us to say the counties are the most corrupt or is where there is wastage of resources and whatever. It is not empirical. And that's why I started by saying, let's get per capita corruption at the national level and per capita corruption at the county level. And as a country, let us discuss that evil of corruption.
Just because something has been normalized, does it make it right?
No, it doesn't. It doesn't. And I'm not saying that it does. All I'm saying is that it will be unfortunate if we come out of this place showing that all the monies that are going to counties are being stolen, and where would they have been? Where would that money have been if it was at the national government? Okay. So really, I mean, let us be fair to the counties. As a country, let's address the norms, the values, and what standards we hold one another accountable to.
You look at when you have discussions about say corruptions in the county, it just starts from a basic point where you remember you became the governor because of your predecessor, who then again was interdicted due to corruption in the county. Look at the impeachment of Nairobi Governor Mike Sonko. Then what happened again? It was a corruption case. Look at all the impeachment motions that have ended up in the Senate, and they all in one way or the other touch on that specific subject, that is corruption. So when we sit and have these discussions, there are two things to look at. There is the coercion that comes from the county members, MCAs, who say, if you don't take us for a benchmarking somewhere, we will kick you out, and they'll find something. There is that coercion that comes from the counties, from the county assemblies. But then again, there is also wanton corruption in terms of resources and how they're being used in the counties. And one asks the question, with all the bodies that there is, you as a governor and members of county assembly being your oversight, and the auditor general doing their part, EACC, can we then say, if there is a problem of corruption in the counties, as governors, as deputy governors, we are the first stopgaps in ensuring that this ends? Do we see that happening?
I think it's not homogeneous. The governor who was here, the former governor who was here, is a typical good example, and you'll be in textbooks showing how to run a county, including the aspect of public participation that the deputy governor was talking about. He is one who showed that you can run a county with minimal corruption, with active participation. So it is not across the board. What needs really to be done is to make the systems work. The work of MCAs, the county assembly, one of it is oversight. And even a lot of times when I used to appear at the Public Accounts Committee, I appeared with the chair of the county assembly, because hypothetically they are supposed to hold the governor, the county government, accountable for the resources that they have been handling. Right from the budget, they do the budget, which, as she said, in accordance with CIDP. So they will do that budget, they pass that budget. Now, they have an audit committee that is supposed to be checking if the resources are being appropriated properly. At the end of the year, they are the first to do a kind of an audit before the auditors from the national government come in. So it is these institutions that have not been doing their rightful role. And what we need to do is to ensure that that happens. So I do see the dilemma that we are in. And in fact, the good things that has been achieved through devolution, because there has been quite a number of good things that have been achieved, have been overshadowed by that aspect of corruption. So I think what we need to do as a country is really to put in systems and make sure that we also penalize people who are caught up in these acts, because, like I said, there are some very positive things that unfortunately are overshadowed by that aspect of corruption.
I mean, I think I'll just call you governors at this point.
Yeah.
Let's now go to a very low level, meaning business, and how business then are done when you talk about structures. We hosted a businessman here some time back. Alikuwa kazi yake ni kuchimba boreholes. And he gave us a very interesting scenario on how businesses then are affected at that level when, for example, if you are moving from Nairobi to Kiambu, or from Nairobi to Machakos, or somebody is moving from another county coming into your counties, what then we have seen, and here is a cross-border issue within counties themselves. And he gave us a very good example of how much he gets to pay to move his trucks from one county to enter another county. There is a payment to just get into the county. There is another payment. So you have the national government where you get certain permits and licenses to go do that business. Then you move into a county. The county then requires you to have other permits, county permits. And interestingly, he said, and Aseto will correct me if my memory doesn't serve me right, there are points where the rates will then be discussed by, so a governor can decide or the county assembly can decide, sasa, for this one, tutalipisha a certain amount. Then, after another 1 month, you go back, things have changed again. So you've got all these fees that have been piled up, and it's making the cost of doing business for a lot of people very difficult.
If not impossible,
or if not impossible. And yet, we're saying, then devolution has actually then eased the way of doing business for a lot of the local people. Would you agree we have problems in terms of certain structures? Yes, the spirit, and I agree with you, Dr. Nyoro, is good on paper. But then when it comes to practically then doing business or allowing people to thrive and do business, it's become even costlier than when we just had the national government. Because back then, you could move from Nairobi to Trans Nzoia. Nobody is stopping you to charge you anything. As long as you've paid that permit fee once. But this time, if you're moving from here to Tana River, how many counties are you crossing? So you're paying levies and fees for all these places as you're going to do business. Has it improved the quality of how people do business, or has it made it complicated?
Two issues. What you have said is completely right. And for me, that is the reason why we should have the devolution conference. And that is the reason why we should have a strong council of governors to address those issues. It is true that levies and charges from one county to another differ, and business is hampered across. All of this, as I said, the first thing is in the spirit of wanting to raise own source revenue. Because counties are again lagged by their ability to raise own source revenue. Raising of own source revenue is a double-edged sword. The more you raise it, the more you are taxing your people, the more you are taxing your business, and the more you are taxing the services that you are providing. So because counties want to raise more resources, they see if a truck is coming from Nakuru with stones to Kiambu, they see an opportunity of charging that truck without realizing that the ultimate consumer of the stones is going to pay for that. Now, that is an aspect that for a lot of time has been discussed at the Council of Governors. Nothing has happened. It is an aspect that when you remember when we were trying to improving cost of doing business, and we were being lagged, that was an aspect that was being picked by the national government, that they should be harmonized. So it is true that when you are doing those kind of things, you are increasing cost of doing business and you are hampering the development. And it's like you are saying, we, the people of Machakos, we will charge the people of Kiambu. And the people of Kiambu are saying, if they are charging us, we will charge the people of Nakuru. So if you are coming from Nakuru through to Machakos, then you'll be paying through all of this. It is something that needs to be harmonized, and it is one of the aspects that I said that there is very poor coordination between the county governments and the national government. Completely broken down to the extent that agriculture, which is devolved, if you look at countries that have devolved their systems or federated their system like the US, they look at their comparative advantage in each of these states. So Kansas may be for dairy, Florida may be for citrus, California may be for apples, and they have a national or a federal kind of plan that says this is going to be our target production for apples. The place to produce apples is California. So we are going to work with Californian government, federal government, state government to produce apples. In this country, you don't have that. So you have everybody saying don't produce maize, or everybody producing maize. So that poor coordination between the national government and the county governments makes the issues such as the levies and the charges and all of that flourish across, then making doing business very difficult.
So I had 2 points. One is to answer your question directly. It is going not only to make it complicated but very difficult to do business. So I think the Council of Governors under the national government, specifically Minister of Trade and the Treasury, they should sit down and normalize this, because as has been said, the end consumer, you might charge anybody who is coming from out of your county, but the goods which are being brought will be consumed at the local level, and your people will also pay for it. So I think it is good that we normalize this, and ensure we easy the way we do business in this country and in counties. Lastly is, I think we should have a continuous research, full-fledged research at national level, where the counties will participate and equally the national government on how to continuously seek solutions to some of these challenges.
You mean to tell me in all these devolution conferences, Council of Governors, they sit with the president, they do this all the other time, like Dr. Nyamweya said. These conversations never happen?
Everybody knows. Everybody knows. We have had presidents before who implemented devolution. Those challenges were there. There were governors, likes of Dr. Nyoro here, and we still have those challenges. That's why it is very important, even without devolution conference aside, we have a secretariat for county governments, known as, I think for me it should be Council of Counties, not governors. And maybe Council of Governors becomes an arm and a Council of Counties. It should have a specific task, and this is one of them. It is a serious matter, Dennis.
Definitely.
Which we need to address, because it is something that is affecting majority of our people.
Right.
If Kenya becomes unattractive for doing business because of high taxation regime, men have choices. They can move to neighboring countries, and we are the losers. It is something that should have been discussed more than 10 years ago and harmonized.
And it is the hope that even as you go into Homa Bay coming in from tomorrow, that these are issues that will not just be discussed, but that you come back from Homa Bay and actually implement some of these things.
Unfortunately,
we have these conversations.
Unfortunately, as a country, we are very good in discussing.
But implementation is a totally different story. And perhaps that's why we drum up the support for these conversations to ensure that implementation actually does take place. It's a short hour, but we want to thank both of you for being here with us this morning. Bringing out ideas, at the very least, is what we must do. The former governor of Kiambu County is Dr. James Nyoro, as well as Deputy Governor for Machakos County, Francis Mwangangi. Thank you so much for being here with us this morning. At 9:01, good morning.
Thank you.
Road accidents witnessed in various parts of the country. NPS's Director of Corporate Communications and spokesperson Mushiri Nyaga said they're currently working with various state agencies to conduct thorough and expeditious investigations to determine the cause of these accidents. Additionally, the police have urged Kenyans to exercise caution and responsibility following a surge in road accidents. So far, more than 30 people have died from road accidents since August began, with the latest being the one that killed 2 people at Maimahiu along the Nairobi-Narok highway. 2 persons of interest linked to drug trafficking and were intercepted with a parcel containing multiple rolls of cannabis sativa will today be presented in court. They were arrested by the Directorate of Criminal Investigations yesterday in an operation that was carried out by officers from Mombasa Central Police Station following a public tip-off. The bust was triggered when vigilant members of the public noticed a suspicious parcel from a bus that had just arrived at Mwembe Tayari from Homa Bay. The body of Raymond Nyachibati, a 33-year-old man, has been found hanging inside a Budongo police cell in Kakamega shortly after he was arrested following a domestic dispute. The deceased, who was arrested with his wife at Malaha Market, was charged with allegedly beating her, a dispute that was linked to him remarrying without his first wife's knowledge. Navajola Police Station Abdi Muhammad said investigations are ongoing to establish the truth.
Mpona ukiingia seli unatoa viatu, unatoa mshipi na kila kitu ifanyiwe nini, uweke pale kwa reception. Pale kwa seli tuliuliza ya kwamba kiti ilikuwa wapi yenye kijana alipanda ndio akafanya nini, akachinyonga. Hakuna pale mesa, hakuna pale stool yenye alifanya nini, alipandia. Na hiyo mshipi ilitoka wapi, ama hiyo uzi yenye alichinyongea ilitoka wapi? Na kama wewe askari unaweza shika mtu alafu nyinyi wote mtoke kwa station, mwache mtu peke yake pale station. Na tena walikuwa watu watatu, hao wengine walienda wapi? Na yeye peke yake akapatikana pale ndani. Tunataka aipoa iingilie, itusaidie. Tena nataka niulize, askari huwa anakaa mtakani kwa station. Tuko na askari wamekaa karibu miaka 10 pale Naganda. Na wafanyi kazi, shughuli yao ni kutafuta pesa kwa pombe tu, wakichukua. Tunaomba serikali iingilie hii kitu. OCS, OCPT watusaidie. Tumechoka na tumechoshwa.
Police are investigating a bizarre incident in Eldoret town where a man received a parcel containing 3 human fingers tied with 6 live bullets. The receiver told police that an unknown man called him saying he had a parcel for him. After the receiver gave his location, the sender dispatched a rider to deliver the package. While the receiver was in a bar, the rider called to say he had arrived. Upon receiving the envelope and opening it, the man discovered 3 human fingers and bullets inside. The fingers were taken to Moi Teaching and Referral Hospital mortuary for verification, while the bullets were sent for ballistic testing. President William Ruto has announced that the expansion of the Rironi-Mau Summit Road will now begin in October. Ruto had previously stated that project, which will upgrade the road from Rironi-Mau Summit, aims to ease traffic congestion and enhance regional trade, would begin in July. President Ruto further said Kiambu County is benefiting from huge road investments and cited the proposed dualling of both the Muthaiga-Kiambu-Ndomberi Road at a cost of 22 billion Kenya shillings and the Ruaka-Ruiru bypass at 20 billion Kenya shillings. And finally, on the international scene, 4 other Al Jazeera staff were killed in the Israeli airstrike that killed reporter Anas al-Sharif, bringing the number of staff to 5. Al Jazeera said the staff were killed in what appears to be a targeted Israeli attack on a tent housing journalists outside Al-Shifa Hospital. Mohammed Queri, a journalist, and cameraman Ibrahim Zaher, Mauman Aliwa, and Mohammed Naufal were all killed in the strike. That's the news wire. I'm Leah Ubaga.
.4 Spice FM, Nairobi.
Good morning, and I love your show.
Thank you.
Having come from a Kikuyu radio background, I migrated to Spice because of the content.
I was born in a slum, but somehow I got a break in life. So sometimes when you see the sweating coming out because of the passion and whatever it is, behind the noise, there are people, and we share the same umbilical cord.
It shouldn't be like that. I am so disappointed. We used to tell Honorable Raila Amolo Odinga that he's doing politics of conmanship, and even President Uhuru Kenyatta, serikali hii ndio iko na conmanship ya hali ya juu. You cannot promise people that you reduce tax, then you double.
In politics, there is the issue of trust. For you to turn around and then stab the same people who gave you that trust, there is no other level of dishonesty. Imabo, utaona dunia tu.
The Situation Room, Kenya's biggest conversation.
One of the things that are ailing our country is negative ethnicity. You find you as a state of, instead of thinking as a Kenyan, you think like a tribal person.
Let me tell you something. The biggest problem we have had in this country is a leadership deficit.
They say statistics are like bikinis. They reveal a lot, but they conceal the vitals. And so government people would throw statistics at you and tell you they're revealing a lot of information to you, but it's really concealing the real vitals.
We need to get out of that, because when we want to grow our democracy, one basic thing that really requires to be understood by the political class, by all of us, is institutions are critical.
This is the Situation Room, the only way to start your day.
Mature, intelligent talk every morning. Spice up yourself. Mornings done right. 94.4 Spice FM.
8 minutes after 9 o'clock, and good morning as we get into the final hour of this the Situation Room for Monday morning, the 11th of August. Still tuned in on our audience KTN and around our live streams on Facebook, YouTube, and on X. So tune into radio around the country, the region, and yes, the world. We're getting into, it's great because you can connect in the country, you can connect in the region, you can connect to the world. Abi?
Yes, let's make that switch. You want great internet because nowadays everybody at least has access somehow, but when we talk about reliability, it's a whole different ball game. And if you want something that is really reliable and something that is very, very affordable, well, Safaricom home fiber internet connection right now, between now and the end of this month, which is the 31st of August. This is for new customers. You want to enjoy double the speeds at 25% discount on any of the packages that you will get for the month, bronze, silver, gold, and diamond plans. You can get all that with 25% discount. The welcome package includes a free router and zero installation fee. And all you need to do is just dial *400# or visit my Safaricom app to get connected today. This offer, again, I repeat, is valid to new customers and runs up to the 31st of August 2025. Feels good to be home with Safaricom Home Fiber.
Indeed, it does. And you know what? I want to remind you that wealth isn't just about what you earn or invest. It's about what you pass on. For many high net worth individuals, legacy and values matter just as much as capital. At Standard Chartered Priority Banking, they go beyond numbers with their teams helping you with estate planning, ensuring your wealth transfers seamlessly while also preserving the values you hold dear. In a world that's constantly shifting economically, politically, even tax-wise, adapting to change is crucial. With Standard Chartered, you're not just reacting, you're prepared. So it's not just, okay, something happens and boom. No. You've gone through the system and you've compacted and you're planning and you're making sure that everything is ready. This is about more than financial success. It's about sustained intentional wealth. You can start your journey today. Email wealth.ke@sc.com. Because if not now, then when? Now is definitely your time for wealth. And even as we look into some of these conversations this morning, we're going to go into one now. When you talk about your health being your wealth is a big deal. And we have been in a space where we're kind of not quite sure what's happening with SHA. But to help us out to understand what's going on and what the situation is on the ground today, the CEO of the Kenya Healthcare Federation is Dr. Tim Theuri, and he's here this morning. Good morning, Dr.
Good morning. How are you?
Very well. Good to see you. Karibu sana.
Asante.
Joining us as well is the Nairobi Branch Secretary of the Kenya National Union of Nurses and Midwives, Boaz Onchari. Good morning.
Good morning to you.
Karibu sana.
Asante sana.
Good to have you both in the studio this morning. Quite some sticky stuff going on, right? And we're going to try and unpack that and figure out exactly what is happening and what exactly it means. But before we do that, Dennis is going to welcome you with today's proverb. He'll tell you where it's from. We'd love to get your interpretation of it.
Yes, the proverb today comes from Botswana. Botswana, a country that hosts the Kalahari Desert and as well has a salt lake, that is beautiful because of the flamingo migrations. It's a world phenomenon there. But then again, if you also want to enjoy a different type of protein, they have worms that they harvest from the mofane tree. So yeah, worms is a delicacy and a protein in Botswana.
Yes.
But another thing that stands out here is they've maintained the traditional chieftaincy system of managing local communities, and that is recognized by the state. So it just helps devolution, in that country and ensuring that everyone feels part of it.
Unfortunately, in that system, I've never seen a woman chief. It's always the men.
That's interesting.
Yeah.
In Nigeria, we have the same thing, but you see a lot of women chiefs.
Women chiefs, yeah.
The women chiefs in Nigeria?
Yes.
Okay.
Not you still call them Oga?
Oga is for men.
All right, so let's go to the proverb, right? Now, if the cattle die, the people die. If the cattle die, the people die. How would you interpret that? Go ahead, you first.
Thank you. if the cattle die, the people die. I could interpret it differently and in many ways, but I want to bring in from a perspective of where we are currently and what is happening in our nation. And I want to use an example of a healthcare system. When SHA is not working, the country is on its knees. That is how I could simply interpret it.
Well, straight into the fire, right?
Yeah.
Okari, how would you interpret it?
I think I get this sense of interdependence of the two. And if the cattle die, perhaps where we get our nourishment from milk, meat, and many other things, then we are not able to eat. And if we die as well, we are not able to take care of the cattle. So there's a sense of symbiosis in it, and relying on each other. Yeah, that's how I look at it.
Well put.
Yeah. Absolutely. Yeah. Kind of depend on it all, don't we? Mm-hmm. And then one thing we do depend on then is our health. That is for sure.
Oh yeah, for sure.
Because if we're not healthy, then there's a lot left. Universal health coverage is a promise. It didn't start with this particular administration. It was one of the big four agenda in the previous administration, which carried on for 10 years, right? We saw that the big four agenda was carried heavily by the Uhuru Kenyatta administration in his second term. And so we looked at those four. There was housing, there was universal health coverage, there was food security, and there was one other I can never remember, but those are the big four. But health rang through. We've also seen health come out in this administration. The William Ruto administration has insisted on universal health coverage. Now, we say it's not health care, we say it is health coverage, because then it's all encompassing. And so we are dealing with your treatment, but also looking at the welfare of health workers and all of this taken into consideration. And then NHIF was to be the driver of this. And soon we came to realize that NHIF was not going to be able to do that for whatever reasons. And then the Social Health Authority then was established. We've now called it SHIFSHA, and we kind of use it as a buzzword for whatever it is that we do. And so things have been happening. The contribution has been demanded of Kenyans. You make this contribution, put it in a pool, which is the idea for most health covers the world over. Everybody gets into the pool. It does two things: is that it spreads it across the population, and then it makes it more affordable because everybody is essentially contributing to this kitty, and then the government doles it out. So if you don't have enough people contributing, you're not able to deliver. But beyond that, now we're seeing that it was put into 3 tiers, maybe 4 for argument's sake, but 3 tiers generally that we look at. Now, unfortunately, the tier that government should be paying for seems to have a bit of an issue. We are not quite sure what's going on, which is why both of you are here this morning to be able to explain to us what's going on and what does then that portend. We've seen many announcements. The most recent was that civil servants will now have to pay out of pocket when they go to access medical care. Let's start with you, Dr. Theory. What is going on?
All right. I'll just begin with a short introduction of myself.
Mm-hmm.
I am Dr. Theory from Kenya Healthcare Federation.
Yes.
And what the Federation does is we are the umbrella body for the private sector in health, and we oversee the entire value chain. And we do also serve as a health board for KEPSA, that's the Kenya Private Sector Alliance. Mm-hmm. So that's who we are. Our main interest is optimizing the relationship between the patient or the people who are seeking care and places where they seek this care from. Mm-hmm. And it being in the private sector, of course, we want it to be in an enabled business environment, and responsibly so. I always insist on that. So I think at some point last week, we did issue a notification for distress. Mm-hmm. We haven't got to the point where we are saying it stopped, but we issued a notification for distress, and the alarm bell here is the civil servant scheme that is, I believe, procured by the Public Service Commission has not been sustainable from our end. So we are issuing a notice for distress, and we are not saying we are not able to do it. we just cannot anymore. It's not sustainable because of payments are not coming in as we would wish them to.
From whom?
From the Social Health Authority, because they are the ones who are managing that particular fund. So it's a fund separate from the three funds that we know of, and the public service kitty, or rather the one that takes care of the civil servants, is the one that is currently the conversation.
Okay, please just so that we can understand exactly what's happening. So there's the 3 tiers, of course. There's 1, 2, 3, and everyone has its different. And then there's this one that was supposed to take care of civil servants, police, that fund. That money, where does that money come from for that fund? From government directly?
We do have the 3 funds: the social health insurance fund, the private healthcare, primary healthcare fund,
and then critical care,
the emergency critical and chronic illnesses fund, and then we do have the, let me call it a special scheme that they manage for the civil servants. So that is procured by government under the Public Service Commission on behalf of civil servants. They will enter into a conversation with SHA on all the benefits for the people who they are procuring this for. Should be. And it's also elaborate because it's what was previously managed by NHIF. Now we are not seeing payments under this particular scheme coming as we would want them to. Providers, or rather the hospitals, are the ones who underwrite the promise that the government has given to Kenyans of universal health coverage. And if that promise is not underwritten properly, then we do have situations as we do right now happen.
So essentially what would happen is that anybody who works for government.
Yes, anyone who works for government, there are also access rules to it. I don't believe there's a particular job group which you must belong to and above.
In order to access this.
And in those various categories, there are benefits which you're entitled to. So there are those rules to it.
So essentially, you would show up with your card or your registration, whatever. You go to a medical facility. They should then be able to treat you at no further cost to you.
Yeah, you're identified as a civil servant, and automatically the system will pick the benefits for you. I am a proponent of factual reporting. SHA has been paying on the 14th. Every month, which is a good thing. There's predictability in the time in which they pay. They are what we call submitted claims. They are what we call what they have verified. After a claim is submitted, it goes through adjudication, and at the end of that process, the output is a verified claim that is deemed payable. And then there is what is actually paid. So there's a discrepancy between the verified and what is actually paid, and that difference is now what is the debt that SHA owes providers.
Why would they pay something less than what has been verified?
There could be a couple of reasons. And you see right now we can only speculate because the fact of what is coming in terms of payments, in my opinion, we hear it through media conversation. So last I heard is about 46.1 or 41.6 billion is what has been paid out so far since October. We do have about 93.5 billion in submitted claims, out of which about 83.3 billion is what has been verified. So we still have a gap of more than 40 billion that is yet to be paid out. And this is more than what we even accumulated under NHIF. The contractual period for payment is 90 days. So if all this is cleared within the next 90 days, then there's no problem. All right. But I'm a student of history as well and patterns. And the story still remains the same. And from, I don't believe May, there's been a decline in the claims volume that was there. In May, we had about 13.4 billion in terms of claims. In July, that dropped to 9.6 billion. What could the story there be? One, the provider network is a little jittery, so there's holding back, because if your SHA exposure is anything more than 20% of your business, then you have a huge uncollected amount. So as a business owner or someone who's running a facility, even at county level, that's a big exposure, because the margins are razor thin. And if your margins are razor thin, then it means your obligations as well do not stop. So that is the conundrum where providers are in. And about 56% of our case being offered by non-state actors. And in way of numbers, out of that 93.5 billion that I mentioned, non-state actors contributed about 64 billion in terms of these claims. Government-affiliated facilities were about 29.3, so give or take 30 billion. So there's 2 times the number of claims from the private sector. In terms of the transacting providers, about 10,611 as of today morning. And out of this, the parity could be about 50-50. But you can see in terms of the claims volume, it's nearly double on the private sector side. The story here could be that more people are perhaps seeking care on the from non-state actors, or there could be a higher value procedures that are being done by non-state actors. That could be the story there.
Could be, okay.
Out of that, 57.5 billion is what has been verified for the private sector. And the claims volume here is about 3.2 million claims against 1.3 million claims for government sector.
Okay. Well, now, Charlie, what does this actually mean then for folks who are then presenting themselves to hospital from last week when we saw this announcement being made?
Actually, it is so devastating, and it has come clearly from Daktari that when you're serving the nation, you're a public servant. But when policies are implemented, they implement for civil servants. Okay? You see the discrepancies?
I see it here.
Policies are at the national, where they implement. But at the counties, because we have a government and we have governments, and then they say health was devolved. So at as the county governments, we are perceived to be public servants. And then the implementation is totally different. So the policies and the so many letters that you see going across, they're at the national government. No implementation matrix at the counties. As of last week, we had to bail out one of our colleagues from a private institution. And yet, she's working for a county government, remitting, because it is a statutory deduction from her payslip, but then it is not remitted by the employer. She had to be retained in a hospital, and we had to contribute to bail her out. So when Daktari says that, yes, they have issued a circular not to, but they're headed there, then from where we sit, we do not experience it.
I think the clarity also that at what has been said is, one, healthcare is not free. There's no free healthcare. Someone has to pay for it. And that's the one thing we must all agree as Kenyans. The second level of questions after that is who pays for it. All right? Government has undertaken to offset part of that. All right? Then it means where does it where is the balance coming from? There has to be an aspect that we agree with each other that, one, as Kenyans, we must de-risk ourselves when it comes to catastrophic health expenditure. And there are a couple of ways of doing that. One is through insurance schemes, and the social health insurance is the largest strategic purchaser for health. There are benefits therein that have been offered, and upon registration, you're entitled to those benefits. What I would want to see happen is the insistence of payment of your premiums after registration. Government needs to be very clear on that. Our members of parliament need to tell Kenyans it's not only important to register, but it's important to be a paid up member so that the fund sustainability is guaranteed. As of now, we have, I think, more than it's north of 24 million registered people. The contributors who are actually paying are less than 6 million. All right. So at the end of the day, adverse selection is still happening. What is adverse selection is I only pay when I am sick to access the service. Yet remember, this is a social, it's underwritten as it being a social scheme, where those who have more contribute a little more than those who cannot. And that is, and I think that is a lesson here. The second thing that we must understand for any social scheme that is being run, and I think China presents to be a good example of that, is there has to be trust on both sides, where the citizens trust that the government is going to deliver on their promise, and the government trusts that the citizens are going to pay their premiums. That has been lacking. And it's something that I'd want to urge our leadership to really look into, because that is where the rain starts beating us. As the private sector, we are saying, we want to see this work, because there's no day we want to see a sick nation. A healthier nation is good for both sides of economics, yeah. And this is me not being. I'm not being brutalist in my view of things. It's just letting Kenyans know the healthier you are, and the longer you are healthier, the better for everyone around you. All right. So our health expectancy must be increased by the right health economics.
So I'm trying to see if that has been already established, that like with any health pool, that the more people you have, then you have now able to make it accessible to everybody. It's like taxes.
Yeah.
You have more people in the pool, then it makes it easier for everybody who is in this pool. But then, like now, what Bonachari was saying is that, you know, you get somebody who's sick last week, and then they have to bear the brunt of this suffering, because that's the situation. How do we get out of that? How do we solve the problem? Because we've established this universal health coverage. You can say that you go to hospital and you use your card and it's free. It's not really free. Somebody has paid at some point for that to happen. How do we then break this thing? Because it seems to be the bane of this health system forever, whether it was NHIF, whether it is now SHA and SHIF, whatever the case may be, at whatever level, somebody has to pay. And if not enough people are paying, we have that situation where people are going to go to hospital on a Monday morning and they're not going to be able to access healthcare for free. They're going to have to pay again from their pockets. Is that fair that there has been a deduction, statutory deduction? I should actually access this thing when I go to hospital, but then I'm now having to pay out of pocket again because the fund is empty.
I think that is the situation that we are in, and that is what I was trying to elaborate to Daktari, that the implementation matrix on this whole scenario of the medical scheme has not actually been as it is on paper. And then the number two, how the whole structure is. I equally understand that from where I sit, and even with the three levels of how the scheme has been categorized, it depends on the kind or the nature of the service that I could want to receive. You're in a county government, you understand very well that there are no structures put in place, and yet that client requires an ICU. That client will not go to a level 1 to start from there as it has been structured, will move straight to level 5. Or any other facility, including private institutions, where you'll access that service. So, the mode in which this client will be categorized is not as in how the model on the national government is, which has put civil servants in their own category, including the job groups. We have staff at the county level who are at higher job groups, equivalent to those in the national, but then because of the modalities on how the implementation is, he or she may not be in a position to access the service that whoever now is perceived to be at the service of the civil servant is accessing. Yes. In the national government, we have major job groups, which gives an opportunity to those who can access those services at that level. And the county level, we have job groups that are non-merged. So there are areas where those gaps are. And these are some of the issues that I'm saying. If we have all these, that we have one nation with 47 county governments, the implementation is totally different, then we are missing the point.
Doctor?
if we could be having even well-equipped government facilities, including the county government facilities, then at least we could be talking from a point of, we have a level 5 that is equivalent to a level 3 of a private institution, because we have a level 3 private institution, but when you equate it, it's more of a level 5 coming to a government institution. So why can't we measure on improving our government facilities so that the same people who are working there can actually be given a priority even to accessing those services that they do give, before even thinking of where do we move to next when such issues arise. But the bigger picture and where we need to unlock is, where do we draw the line at this is a civil servant and this is a public servant? That is where they got it wrong, and that is why you see the discrepancies of saying those who are working for the government at one point we are going to seek services and out of pocket. Number 2, they need to ensure that, because there is a circular that by 9th of every month those monies should have been remitted. Up to now, we have county governments that have not paid the July salaries.
Okay.
So what do you expect? Definitely the system, because it's automatic, it's deactivated. Then they have those scenarios that they will wait until towards the end of that month, then they pay, then it is active for 3 to 4 days, again it deactivates itself. So for how long are we going to do that? Remember, if a client goes to a facility, he or she is checked in when the system is off, then it automatically will not capture him or her. Upon discharge, again, this client will have to pay, even if you activate it towards the end of that month. The duration that this client has been in the facility, he will or she will have to cater for out of pocket. So we really need to, if these policies must be implemented, then the same government that comes up with the policy must ensure that these monies are remitted in good time, so that all the systems run as they could want them run. Otherwise, we're going to continue saying that we have teething problems until we grow age with the teething issues.
So here's a situation where Daktari now, it's a circular issue that private hospitals gave, and now we find ourselves dealing with a pool of individuals who, according to them, they have paid for SHA, and rightfully so, they need to access medication or services at the hospitals. But there's a question, you've given your circular, perhaps these are discussions you've had with the respective governments, and if so, what's the negotiation or conversations you're having with them, or is it a question of until when there is crisis, then we start discussing?
Like I began by saying, the healthcare sector, it's underwritten by 2 people. The provider network, those are the hospitals, and the people who work in there, those are the healthcare workers. If any of those 2 is not happy, then a crisis begins to brew. And as of now, the crisis that is brewing is there's a lot of debt distress in the provider network. I am in a group of about 900 providers, and there are conversations every day of people getting auctioned, of suppliers knocking on people's doors, something that we've not seen in a while happening in the healthcare sector. Our contribution to the non-performing loans portfolio, even in the banking sector, has gone up because we are largely a cash flow business. 80% of my businesses that we overlook are SMEs, largely owned by women and youth. So cash flow is king when it comes to this sector. And SHA, being the largest strategic purchaser, should realize that and ensure that we are having the constant cash flows, because we have quite some exposure as businesses when it comes to how we run the operations. That said, SHA is the owner of the promise to Kenyans. We are just the underwriters.
Yes.
All right? Therefore, the primary contract is with Kenyans. And we are the people who facilitate that contract. One of the best ways of ensuring that this happens is working collaboratively with the provider network and with government. And we should have meetings where we touch base every so often. What is happening? What do we do? And we are happy to have these meetings. We are happy to pass the message to Kenyans and say, look, funds, for us to have good fund sustainability, we may want to scale down on a few things, and we are asking that we work together on this. Bear with us. as this happens, but the promise is going to get better. That is a messaging that is missing. Because if we do not have adequate funds coming in, then at the end of the day, something will have to give. And economics, like physics, when there is pressure, it has to come out at some point. Yeah. So it is for you to decide how this pressure is going to be released. It can be released by paying. It can be released by having conversations where you actually plan, all right, and say this is what the table looks like, and this is where this pressure is going to.
Have you received any response from the SHA CEO, Massimo Ngange, since you gave out the circular?
We are having conversations, that I must say. Waziri and my chairman have had a conversation. We do know it's a busy week with the devolution conference and whatnot, but I'm really hoping that at some point we can sit down and iron these issues from a very honest point of view with each other. The other thing that I'd like to mention is we do have very many providers who are doing the right thing. And the conversation of fraud, wastage and abuse is one that I've always championed everywhere that I go, that must stop. Unscrupulous providers who are doing things that are not right, we must weed them out so that we can have the right people getting incentivized to continue doing the right thing and better their practice, all right? So that at the end of the day, the average rises up, all right? And it's something that I'd like to comment. However, due process must be followed, all right? I do understand the frustration of due process. At times, even the bad people can hide behind due process.
Yes.
What I would suggest is let's have a conversation with government as the providers where they come and say, we think that you as the ORI are not doing the right thing. And I'm told, okay, this is what we think. And we agree as providers and the government and say, okay, we do agree that there is an issue here. Put this person aside so that it is also peer reviewed and we're able to move very quickly as process again is being followed. The dispute resolution tribunal has not been set up. So in the absence of that, what do we do? Yeah, we cannot keep on saying that fraud is happening, but yet the place where it's supposed to this complaint is supposed to be taken has not been formed. So in the interim, that is what I believe we can do. As KHF, we sit down and together with SHA and MOH and say, we think that the following 40 facilities, as Waziri had announced, are not doing the right thing. And we agree, because as of now, it is a one-sided conversation. What we are saying is for it to be a full conversation, both sides of the both parties must be talking to each other. Yeah.
In countries where we've had these kind of systems work, where you have a government-backed medical scheme, from something I read a few weeks ago, there are safeguards.
Yeah.
My question then is, what were the safeguards when now SHA came in? Because you mentioned there is the 90-day that then you're supposed to start seeing some money coming in. Beyond that, what were the other safeguards?
So, they were in various levels. One was that as long as you are registered by the Kenya Medical Practitioners and Dentist Council, who's the regulator for the sector, and that list is provided to the Digital Health Authority and SHA, then as a provider, you are entitled to be contracted. All right. So all you just needed to do was sign a contract. That is a good thing. That's an improvement from what NHIF was. NHIF, you presented your papers, they came and did an inspection, and then you go to the board, and that, I mean, boards statutorily meet every four times a year. Yeah, so 3 times every 3 months. Yeah. So by the time you get the gazettement, I mean, a year could have lapsed. Your situation could have changed. But right now, as long as you're on the KMPDC register and you've signed your contract, then automatically you become a provider. That is a good thing. And the safeguard here is KMPDC has done an inspection, it has approved your facility, and that is quite rigorous. So that is a good thing. The second thing was there's a benefits and tariffs advisory panel, which would sit down, and we've given, as a private sector, we have a nominee who sits on that panel. And they would look at the benefits and the assigned tariffs to them and say, look, this is what we think should go together with this. And that is also one of the safeguards. The other one is a dispute resolution tribunal. Previously, NHIF was judge, jury, and executioner. But right now, we do have a separate body that looks at any dispute between the authority and providers, or between the authority and maybe even the person who's seeking care. So that is a good safeguard, and I applaud it. The other thing is digitization. The moment you digitize the claims process, and you put the claims through the rigors of a rules engine that is derived from access rules, and even the clinical situation of the patient, such that you here, your name is not listed as someone who's undergoing maternity care. All right. So the system is able to knock off things that are not right. So digitization is a good thing. So, and I think under the current dispensation, that is the biggest safeguard. However, we cannot also use that as an excuse. All right. So when claims are being as they're going through the rigors of adjudication, and of course we can now track where all those things are,
which is a come good from thing. Where they're going.
Yeah, okay. It's a good thing. But now at the output point, that still remains to be an issue. All right. So all those safeguards are good. All right. However, at the end of the day, we mustn't confuse visibility for transparency. Okay.
Jerry, I have a question. There's something this morning we were actually looking at a story of, I don't know why my head is still on that story, still concerning health, mothers at risk as bleeding detectors are running out. What is the number again per day?
21.
21. We're losing 21 mothers on average every day in this country because of this. And the three of us, when we're just discussing this, you're looking at areas of priorities. And it's common sense to sit down looking at this and say, okay, we need to fix this. But as things stand, this is not fixed. From a union perspective, because there's something I always call organized chaos and manufactured crisis.
Correct.
Okay?
Yes.
And I strongly believe what we are seeing here is not something that can't be fixed. I think it's allowed. Somebody has allowed it to persist for whatever reason. But from a union perspective, who bears responsibility? That's where my confusion is with this. So is it, for this particular crisis, is it the SHA board? Is it the Ministry of Health directly? Or is it Treasury? Because people are remitting, like you said. So when it comes to payment is where there's a problem. So I'm trying to figure out, so which layer do we look at here? Do we look at the board of SHA? Are we looking then at the Ministry of Health? Or are we looking at Treasury?
Thank you. And I think the proverb now confirms and brings back the interdependency on the three areas that you actually mentioned, of course, must come in. But the main character here is who are we answerable to the Ministry of Health. So if there is a problem in health, the first person to be accountable is the Minister for Health, so that he can explain to Kenyans the allocation that has been done to health and what it has done. When we say that we're losing mothers, that is something that should not be happening. What is it aiding that we end up losing mothers? Is it because we don't have doctors? Is it because we don't have nurses? Or is it because we don't have qualified personnel to deal with this? That is one aspect. Number two, is it because we don't have the apparatus, including the infrastructure? The infrastructure cuts across from one point, maybe from home to the hospital. Then within the hospital, do we have what is required for us to ensure that that mother and baby are safe? The number three, what are the mechanisms have they put down? Because number one, look at how we not able to access blood products as previously we used to. The circular came that now don't visit institutions, because that is those are the areas that we could access these products, because they are not bought. These are something you talk to these are medicine that you talk to Kenyans.
So hang on. So there's a circular that has come out and says you from today or whenever, you no longer visit this particular facility because you will not have access to what
not
you
a
need.
Facility. There was a circular that, because initially if you look at where we get these blood products, it's from high school, colleges. Yeah, but then there was a circular from the Ministry of Education that now do not be visiting these high school or school facilities to to access these products. For reasons I have never gotten the email. But then, the buck stops now with the ministry. Let them provide what we healthcare workers require. Let them employ adequate staff. And let them ensure that whatever is required in those facilities is there. So that when Dr. Deuri and team is there for an emergency, Onchari and his team is there, the lab is there, and all this team constitutes to one with an aim of saving life of this mother and the baby. Otherwise, when one chain is broken, then the chain is not functional.
Is this the point where then the ministry, if the buck stops with the ministry, where then the ministry will say, our budgets are so constrained, we can't stretch ourselves. Then we go to Treasury. Treasury says, we're not collecting enough, so we can't give you what we do not have. Then the conversation ends there. Dr. Theory, what's the worst case scenario if this crisis persists, let's say in the next 6 months?
I'll begin by saying that the conversation of maternal mortality is one that I have seen. It's not a backroom conversation, and I must be fair to MOH. It's a conversation that has been a headline conversation for them. And I'd like to draw a parallel from what is currently happening in our stadiums. You cannot underscore the importance of a whole country being behind you. And we are all backing Harambee Stars. We put our differences aside and we are backing Harambee Stars. It's also time we put our differences aside and back health. I think over the weekend, we unfortunately lost some people through a road accident somewhere in Kisumu.
Yeah.
And we're losing 21 mothers. That's a busload every day. I don't want to drive that home. We are losing a busload of mothers every day. Yet the response has not been what we saw. All right? The permanent secretary dropped down to Kisumu just to see what's happening. But here we are losing mothers every day, a busload of them. When you look at our statistics from maybe even the 60s, yeah, there's been improvement in terms of the maternal mortality rates, but they've not been dramatic. All right? I dare say we hadn't even invented CT scans and MRIs. All right? But our changes have not been dramatically different, even with access to technology and services. What we must do is, one, we must ensure that all our mothers are giving birth in health facilities, that all our mothers during the period of pregnancy are accessing a skilled health worker. Those numbers are good. In terms of access, it's about 80%, but you see, on the output side, there's a disconnect somewhere. We must improve the suspicion index of our healthcare workers, where our nurses who are taking care of our mothers at the point of entry, the clinical officers, the doctors, we come up with a matrix of what the dangerous indicators are, and we stick to that. The other thing is that all this must be underwritten by available commodities. All right, so drugs that prevent all these things from happening. So, for example, I think over the last 2 years there was a time where in the KEMSA tendering, tranexamic acid was considered non-responsive in the tendering process. This is a drug that helps in preventing bleeding or stopping bleeding. Yet we have a facility that's just down the road on Mombasa Road that produces it. All right, why not contract them on a rolling basis? All right, heat stable carbetocin. It's something that we can easily avail.
And this is known. I think this now getting to the crux of the matter, because this is information that is known.
It is known.
The folks who run the engine that pushes health in this country, for the most part, are made up of individuals who know these things.
Yes.
They are medical doctors. They are healthcare practitioners. They are public health experts. They are aware. So if we can sit 5 of us around this table, and you've sat in your office and you over time have figured this out, surely they must know. Surely.
What needs to happen is we need to break down the silos, because this information is in silos.
So they don't talk to each other.
So we need to be better coordinated. And last week, the president came to the KEPS presidential roundtable. We had a presidential roundtable with the president as a private sector. And one of the things he said must happen immediately at the ministerial stakeholder forums. The MSFs are the place where the entire sector comes together and says, these are our problems, this is how we propose to solve them, and this is how we are moving forward as Kenyans. At the end of the day, we must remember we are Kenyans. Whether you're from Kenya Kwanza, from Azimio, I'm actually, as a person, very agnostic to that. All right? Because the burden that I carry is of healthcare. We've never had a blueprint for healthcare.
No.
We've never. All right? And that's something that we must sit down in a very sober and neutral way, decide this is where we want our healthcare to go. All right, and we will rate you as Dennis if you've been a good governor, depending on the acreage of that blueprint you're able to cover. All right, you must remember, good healthcare is like drainage. It's never appreciated when things are dry, but when it rains, it'll be like,
where is all this water going?
Where is all this water coming from, and where is it going to? All right, and you see, when you're deep in the crisis, very many things happen. You can be carried by the water, diseases come in. There's the destruction of infrastructure because of water. All right, it is as simple as when things were okay, let's work to ensure that the water can move from point A to B in an undestructive manner.
Doctor, you mentioned something that we need to do here, which is back health. And this goes not only just to the government, not only to health workers, but to the Republic as Kenyans to back healthcare. And that brings us to the conversation earlier of we have 24 million people who are registered on SHA, but only 6 million people pay. So then how do we change this conversation such that Kenyans understand that if we all pay up and own up to our responsibilities on SHA, we are making it easier for ourselves in the long run to be able to access these boards, and you as well. How do we then start having this conversation such that it is not just government pushing register, but it is register and continue paying, because further down the line we will all appreciate what SHA has to offer?
You know, from where I sit as healthcare providers, that is a very good initiative. However, anything good in this country must have what we call a political will. That has always been, and it should, and it will always remain a fact. I'll bring up a good idea, but then the first thing I'll be thinking of, who am I going to see so that this agenda is passed through Parliament? And once it is there, then the scenarios change. Why this, why not this? So as Dr. has said, if we can come all as Kenyans and say that now, yes, health is here with us, as much as we could want to be, to be up to date and everyone to pay, are we seeing the value for this that we are paying? That is where we should start from. Before we go out to roll out that now, this is a good thing. Can we prove to these people that there is value for this? Can we ensure that these facilities that we want them access are equipped? Can we ensure that they have access? So that when I tell this person that it is good to register because these are the benefits, then that person will see the need for this. But as it is, we are everywhere singing SHA, SHA, SHA. But what are the numbers? The numbers are still low.
I'll answer it this way. The conversation of health will determine who your next president will be in the next election cycle. That is just the truth. Because the current administration has brought health to the forefront. All right? There has been political goodwill, and that is why healthcare is at the forefront, and that is a good thing. The thing that we must realize is, for us to convince the entire country, it's like selling a candidacy. All right, we must tell people why this candidacy is good. All right, what self-interest will this candidacy serve for me? And one is, I'll be healthier, I'll have more time to do other things. All right, the family income, less and less of it will be spent on healthcare. All right, because we are selling the conversation of de-risking it. All right, and this conversation cannot be sold by the government alone. That is just the truth. It must be sold by everyone who works in the sector, private sector included. So there is a role that we do and can play. However, it must happen in an environment of trust. All right, and we must begin to establish that environment, and that is through conversations. All right, it cannot happen as we're shouting at each other through memos and through the media and in other such like places. It has to happen when we are sat together and not fearing the depth of the conversation. Tell me where I'm wrong, I tell you where you're wrong, and we move forward as a country, because at the end of the day, what we want is good health. Again,
do you think Kenya is ready for that?
It is ready.
There's a huge trust deficit. We can't run away from that. That folks are sitting thinking, okay, so any new thing that comes, how are we then going to be able to do that? But you've talked about it's got to be it's symbiotic. It's got to be two ways.
It's got to be two ways.
How then? Because it seems as though the trust issue is bigger than
the first thing that I would personally do, the law must apply equally to everyone. That is the first thing we must do. We must agree on the rules of the game. And the rules of the game cannot be varied when it comes to maybe who do I know, which side of government am I sitting on. Those rules cannot be varied. All right? We must have fair rules and guardrails that I trust. The moment I step outside here, I'm assured of mutual destruction. All right, but as it is right now, that assurance is not there. So the first thing that we must have, the rules must apply equally to everyone, and the applicators of those rules must ensure that fairness exists, so that as long as I know I am bound by the same set of rules as the other player or as my teammates, then the field is suddenly equal and level for everyone. The second thing is this message must be sold jointly to Kenyans. All right. I am not a politician, and I always say that. All right. However, I do have a role in carrying this message of healthcare to the entire country. All right. And my space of influence is in the hospital, is in the healthcare providers, healthcare workers that I interact with, is with the policymakers across the different sectors. The ministries, state departments, and agencies are still the largest defaulters when it comes to remittance of deductions. All right. So we must begin that conversation there. All right, and say you are the biggest defaulter. The other thing is Ministry of Health was one of the ministries that got received less than 50% of what was allocated to them in the budget. So we must ensure that the money that is leaving Treasury or is allocated to the Ministry of Health, all of it goes to that ministry. All right, because we cannot sell a candidacy without money. That is just the truth.
Can't sell it without money.
Yeah.
And like you said, it's why it's important for us to have the conversations, for us to all understand what side we're on.
Yeah.
It's a difficult situation at the moment. It's another kind of wait and see, then what happens. But at least we started talking about it, and let's see what we can do to keep it in front and center. Thank you so much, both of you, for being here this morning. Dr. Tim Theuri is the CEO of the Kenya Healthcare Federation, joined by Bars Onchari, who is the Nairobi branch secretary of the Kenya National Union of Nurses and Midwives. Gentlemen, thank you both for being here and closing out the situation with us this morning. May the conversations continue at 10:01. Good morning.
Thank you. Thank you.
Month ending a 3-year freeze of enlistment caused by financial constraints. Inspector General of Police Douglas Kanja said the exercise will help address a shortage of 5,000 officers and move the service closer to the United Nations recommended police to population ratio of 1 to 450. Kanja noted that police are currently overstretched, dealing with a range of challenges, including cattle rustling, banditry, terrorism threats, homicides, carjackings, violent robberies, human trafficking, drug trafficking, smuggling, and traffic offences. The last recruitment was conducted in 2022, with officers graduating the following year. During the 3-year pause, many officers left the service through dismissal, resignation, retirement, or death. Former Deputy President Rigathi Gachagua has strongly criticized the current government, claiming that it's persecuting Kenyans to a level worse than that of the colonialists. Speaking in the United States, Gachagua said extrajudicial killings and abductions of young people was an indication of poor leadership and a regime that doesn't care about justice or democracy.
A government that was elected on the platform of being democratic, of respecting the rule of law and constitutionalism, has turned against its own people, and sadly, the young ones. Brutal as the colonial government was, were very brutal as they were, they never attacked children. This is unprecedented. It has never happened in the history of Kenya. No government, no leader has ever turned against children.
Gachagua's statement comparing the Ruto government to that of the colonialist comes just days after the president said this country has never had a better president than himself.
Between 2024 and 2025, hundreds of young children between the ages of 14 to 24 have been abducted, tortured, and killed. Others have disappeared, others are in hospital with bullet wounds. It's the lowest movement for the people of Kenya, and what is shocking is the sheer impunity of the leadership to an extent that a minister in charge of interior, against the constitution, has given orders to police to shoot, to kill.
Trans Nzoia Governor George Natembeya has appointed a new board of management of Wamalwa Kijana Referral Hospital to be headed by Professor Nangole Wanjala. Speaking after the appointment, Professor Nangole accepted the honour bestowed upon him and promised to strengthen medical services, ensure patients are prioritised, and put in place strategies to ensure access to essential medicines and equipment.
I'd like to take this opportunity to thank His Excellence Governor George Natembeya for giving us this opportunity to work as the new management board for the hospital. I would like to assure everyone that we, the board of management, are very keen and are going to do everything possible to be able to move this hospital from where it is to one of the prime hospitals in this country in ensuring good service delivery to our patients, not only in Trans Nzoia County but in the entire country. I'd also like to ask everybody to come on board, that we work together as a team and be able to move this facility, that we are able to provide all the best care to our patients.
And finally, Public Health Principal Secretary Miriam Muthoni has warned management of Level 2, Level 3 and sub-county hospitals against charging patients when they seek outpatient medical attention in those facilities. Speaking in Kirinyaga Central, Muthoni said that all Kenyans who are registered with social health insurance should not pay even a coin in those facilities. Muthoni said that they'll only be required to pay when they are referred to Level 4 and Level 5 hospitals. She warned that health professionals who'll defy the directive risk cancellation of their licenses. That's the Newswire. I'm Leah Ubaga.
More of the classics and the hits you love. Spice.
You played the best music.
94.4. You're listening to Spice FM.
Back to the music. That's just for fun. I'm not one to stick around. One strike and you're out, baby. Don't care if I sound crazy, but you never let me down. No, no, that's why when the sun's up, I'm staying. Still laying in your bed singing. Ooh, 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 ooh. Got all this time on our hands. Might as well cancel our plans. Yeah. I could stay. There's nothing I with you, stuck with you.